over 200 million US dollars on our table, uncollected. And the question is, why has such an amount of money remained uncollected? We were privileged to have Feyin here, who is Roostone, I think the CEO, also part of people that worked with NCAC with data. So we also had the Director General of the Nigerian Copyright Commission also speak to us about what the Nigerian Copyright Commission is doing. Both NCAC and CAC and NCC talked about the levy, the private copy levy, and for those of us who have followed the news, you understand that there is a 1.2 billion naira that the government paid to the CMOs each. So each CMO got 1.2 billion naira. I don't know what that is in dollars. I think that's about the exchange rate today is about 1,400 or thereabout. About 60 million. It is 60 million. 1.2 billion. No, 1.2 billion. Yes, so should be about 1 point something, million naira. So, so I needed to also correct something because I think yesterday, because I wanted us to leave here by 4, there's misconception about some of these organizations we've talked about. Now, by the regulation or by NCC's approval, we have 3 CMOs that the NCC has approved in Nigeria. We have 3 CMOs. For the reprography, that is those that are in charge of authors and publishers of books. The CMO is Reproduction Rights Organization of Nigeria called REPRONIG. Then for the AV, that's audiovisual works, which in our law used to be cinematograph film, but that has changed to audiovisual works. So audiovisual works with respect to movies, films, documentaries, cartoons, and all of that is called Audiovisual Rights Society. For music, now this is where it gets touchy for music. So just to, based on the legal framework that we operate today, there are 2 CMOs for music, but there's one that is being recognized by the Nigerian Copyright Commission. And that one is MCSN. Why COSON is still operating legally under the cover of the courts, because the court has granted an injunction, so they still continue to operate as a legal entity. Now, there are associations, because yesterday there seemed to be a misconception that we don't know whether RELP or MPAN and all of that. Now, RELP is the industry, is a trade organization for owners of sound recordings, record labels, and anyone who owns sound recordings. So RELP is Record Label Proprietors Initiative. They're in charge of all the masters and all of that, so they come under that umbrella. Now, RELP has an interest in rights management. RELP has an interest in right management. And RELP also has an interest in anti-piracy work when it comes to online issues and even the physical one. RELP has an interest in policies and all. So when you want to get your ISRC issued, REPI is actually the IFPI Nigerian agent that issues authentic ISRC. Now, the other leg of the ISWC can only come through the vehicle of collective management. That the CMOs that are affiliated with CISAC. CISAC is the umbrella body for all collective management organizations around the world. So CMOs that issues ISWC, that's the DNA for musical work. You can only get that through the CMOs that are affiliated with CISAC. Now, it's for you to go and research whether, okay, this is, we have a Chatham House rule here. From the records of CISAC, there is no local CMO that is currently a member of CISAC. There is no local CMO that is currently a member of CISAC. So maybe they will have to work towards revalidating their association. But the only local CMO that is not a music CMO that is a member of CISAC is Audiovisual Rights Society, AVRS. That's the only local CMO for, which is for audiovisual work, films, movies, that is a member, because CISAC is not just for authors of musical work, it's also those who are writers and directors when it comes to film making. Now, RELP went to court. I'm just giving this background because this became some of the comments that came from yesterday. RELP, at the point where the money was paid to MCSN, RELP approached the court, because it felt that RELP has pulled out its members, RELP members, and MPAN members. So MPAN is the Music Publishers Association of Nigeria. That's the trade organization responsible for publishing activities in Nigeria. And they have the gentleman there, his name is Michael Odion, is the chairman of MPAN. So he has all their details. And like I said yesterday, I'm the national coordinator for RELP. So, so between MPAN and RELP, we started what is called a direct licensing scheme, where we employ technology to monitor broadcast. Yes, so we are not into public performance for now, because the technology for tracking public performance is there, but it's quite expensive and all of that. So that's why I said we have interest in right management. But RELP and MPAN, they are not CMOs. Because for you to be a CMO, you need to be approved by the Nigerian Copyright Commission. You understand? So just to put that to rest, these two bodies will continue to put pressure on the collective management organizations, because one thing that we also took from here is that there's so much money out there and there's so little that the individual right holder groups or rights owners, whether label publishers or creators or artists or producers, can do without the vehicle of a CMO that efficiently and effectively collects and distributes royalties to the owners. So the success of the African music economy is dependent on a viable and strong collective management organization. So just for you to know, 50% of public performance royalties, let me draw it back. 50% of the total amount that CSAC and all the publishing companies collect and all of that is made up of, 50% of that is made up of public performance royalties. Currently in Nigeria today, and across several African countries, apart from South Africa, apart from Algeria, South Africa, Algeria, Cape Verde, yes, but just few of them. Majority of African countries are losing huge amount of money as a result of ineffectiveness in collection with respect to public performance. And what are public performance royalties? They are royalties that comes from event venues, hotels, everywhere, you know, your coffee shops and all of that. These are royalties that comes from those places. And when you look at the number of, when the DG of NCAC was presenting, he did mention the number of hotels, you know, in Lagos, in Nigeria as a whole. And the truth is, there's no single individual that has the capacity and the capability to, one, to monitor, and then to license and to collect royalties from this vast number of platforms and uses. Nigeria alone, we have over 740 broadcast stations. The question is, how many of those people are paying anything of economic value to the right owners? So today, we'll take the presentation from iDiscover first, then we will now go to our featured speaker, because we are talking about monetization, we are talking about revenue, and we have the people from MTN here that will be speaking to us about CRBT 2.0. How many of us remember CRBT? CRBT used to be the major source of income for a lot of creators and right holders some years back. And because that became like a new vista, that became like new opportunity for right owners to at least begin to see a semblance of income and all of that. So the top managers of MTN, they are here, and they are going to be speaking to us. Then after that, we'll take the third roundtable that talks about streaming and all of that, and we'll now take the session as we move on. And so please relax, enjoy yourself, and let me, for the house rule again, for those of us that were not here yesterday, this is a round table, so we do not have panelists. Everyone in the room is a panelist. Everyone in the room is a panelist. So nobody is speaking over your head. And the reason for that is because this roundtable, as it is envisioned, is solution-driven. Please, you can rant all you can. It is allowed. You can condemn all the systems you want to condemn. It is allowed. But when you are done ranting and condemning, please suggest solutions. That's the uniqueness of this. Suggest solutions. Because we need to take that solution out of this room and then action it. So we need to action all of them. Season 1 puts a lot of pressure on government, and I can tell you that the fact that we are talking about levy copy today, private copy levy, was because there was African Music Business Roundtable. Yes. Because we promised ourselves that every year we will come and report back to you what we did the previous year. And one of the outcome of season 1 is that today, even though the right owners are quarreling over it, but the money don't leave government pocket. And this was something that we did not achieve like 20, 25 years ago. It's been in our law for 38 years. I started working on the private copy levy with a lot of our colleagues in the industry in 2012 as CEO of COSON. I worked on that levy with other people, and we thought it was something that will come out quickly and all of that, but it never did. But there is somebody called AMBR that put pressure, punched the right people that needed to be punched. Some hard, some gently, some harassed, some we shouted, but today the private copy levy is an ongoing process. And I want to assure every right owner here, if you're a creator, a label, a publisher, producer, an artist, whoever you are, you've invested in this ecosystem, your reward is in your hand. So that's number two. Also, we were shouting data, 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 data. Because one critical question in season one was that, what is the value of the music industry in Nigeria? We didn't have that data. But today, we didn't just have the data, we have reasonable amount of data suggesting not just our value, but what is still being left on the table. And it's all because of AMPR. Please, can we celebrate AMPR? And we are also looking forward that from this, we can take the discussion further than what we did last year. So please relax. This is an exclusive event for people to know, because most times we were saying strictly by invitation. We are not interested in the numbers. We are only interested with people that are here to give frank dissection of what they think, what they believe should be the African music ecosystem. So please, the number is okay for a conference, but for a roundtable, we look at ourselves eyeball to eyeball and we tell ourselves the truth. So this is not a conference. This is a round table. Let me once again welcome everybody. Thank you, Daniel, Kene, Andy, for your time. I see my very good friend. You know, he comes in like a James Bond. Please, let's welcome Demilade. Demilade is the CEO. Your brand was here yesterday now. What's happened? They are coming. You know, is in the course of the in the course of today, he will maybe give us 1 or 2 minutes of what Loli is all about. You know, it's a platform that rewards creators, and everyone is a winner on that platform. And let me say, for Music Tech Nigeria, October last year, we were able to do that event successfully without spending a dime to struggle with venue, food, whatever it is, because of Temilade and his team. Please, can we just, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. So, are we ready for our presentation? So please, there's a gentleman here, his name, I will not mention, he will come and tell you his name, but they have a very nice solution they would like us to listen and then see. It's called I Discover. Please. Thank you. Can we put our hands together?
Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Ifeanyi Chukwudubem. I'm sorry if I should sound shaky because I'm new to. So, I Discover is a creative collaboration or networking tool to help creatives to collaborate easier and more efficiently, especially in Africa. Because I feel like one of the problems we are facing as creatives in Africa is we refuse to work with each other, or we refuse to work with the right people because we are limited to just our networks. Maybe the guy that we met when we were still in church, or the guy that I knew from secondary school that does production, so I probably should be working with him. So I Discover is exposing you to people outside of your geographical area, or people in any field that you feel like resonate with your sound, like I should be working with this person. And for now, we are starting with creatives in music, because I feel like that's where I noticed the problem first, because I do music journalism with I Discover Media. So that's in high overview, that's what I discovered. So next slide. Our market is the 700 million is for the number of, or if I'm to use percentage, 70% of people in sub-Saharan Africa, youths that are under 30 and that are in the creative industry. So majorly, almost everybody in Africa is now, we are at an all-time high of creating or trying to put something out that people want to interact with. And when we are looking at something like the music industry, every year, number of people that are coming into the industry are increasing by 120-something%. That means there's active engagement in what is happening in music that is making people to dive in and say, okay, what is in this music I'm trying to explore? So they're trying to find out more through music and creating. And that thing is 25 million user-generated playlists. The amount here is an estimate because there's more. This is the number since 2021. So there's, if you were to look at the number from 2021, 2022 up until 2026, the number of people that have gone into music to do music now, not just listen to music passively, is up to 160%. That means more people, that's why there is a conversation about the decline of Afrobeat, which will come to your next slide. I feel like the conversation about the decline of Afrobeat is stemmed from the fact that there is a whole pool of people now that are doing music. Because as of maybe 10, 20 years ago, why people are talking about that it was nostalgic or the music was better, or because there was a channel of music had to pass through to reach us. Like you're listening to music now or then, was because it was approved by maybe a line of radio, or this person thought that, okay, this music is good, I should put it there, then before it got to us. But now, everybody can sit at home and do music and put it out, and you can be at home and listen to it without having to pass through so many people. So now, we are exposed to more artists or more people creating, and it gives us room for flops and a lot of bad music, but they believe it is good because why don't you resonate with it? I'm doing very good music. But that's the problem now. There are a lot of people coming to the music industry, but like if they don't come in or tap in with people that are actually exposed or experienced in the field, their craft will never be improved. So that's where the room for collaboration comes in. So the next. The difference to me between the year of 2021 and 2020, the year 2021, 2022, and 2026 is, for example, in 2021, 2022, Afrobeat broke into the scene to give us exposure to markets that we have not tapped before. That's why the conversation about Afrobeat to the world came up. And statistically, 9 out of the 10 songs that we are leading from 2021, 2022 were collaboration between artists, which I discover is not stopping at collaboration between artists. We are encouraging collaboration between both artist to artist and people that are behind the scenes. That's artists, producers, instrumentalists, vocalists. We have room for all the creatives under music. But the difference between 21, 22 and now is the people are in as much as every year we have an increase in revenue. Revenue has never stopped since we started doing music, or since we went global in 2022. It has always increased by numbers. But now, the people that already have the connections or that have established paths are holding the things to themselves. That's why there is a problem of gatekeeping now. Because if I want to, or for a label now to sign someone, which happens mostly now, is maybe the person has traction on TikTok. Oh, this artist has 200K views in like one day. I probably should sign this guy because he's the next big thing, because they're trying to make money. In 2021, 2022, we are pushing it because everybody genuinely enjoyed what we are doing. So we are pushing as a culture. So we are proud of what we are pushing because it was genuinely good. Not we are taking this person, you are signing this person because of the numbers that this person is going to generate in the next 1 month, 2 months. So moving forward, I feel like we should make things that we highly resonate with. We are selling this artist because he's genuinely talented, and I feel like if you work on this person, in as much as he has not developed his artist style or some other fields are missing, but you can see the talent in this artist, that's why you're signing this artist. So it makes it easier for labels, stakeholders, industry executives to engage directly with extremely or talented artists as a whole, because they are probably limited by the algorithm on Instagram. Like you can come online and you keep hearing things like, oh, post every day, post consistently for 1 year, somebody will find you. But people have been posting for 1 year and max, they have gotten maybe like 20K views. out of those 30K views, the conversion is like 5 people say, "Omo, your sound is sharp, fire emoji," and that's where the conversation ends. Nothing moves forward from there. So what I discover now is putting you in a place to collaborate with your peers or collaborate with anybody on the field as long as you resonate with this sound and it is mutual. So it's not a one-sided thing. I'm reaching out to you because I like what you're doing. And whenever you come across my profile and you like what I'm doing, so you reach out back to me. So next slide. So the way I discover works is easy. One, you build your sound portfolio. The sound portfolio, what we call a media pack. I feel like at every point in time that we create, if somebody should meet you, or you're an artist, you draw, and they meet you like, "Oh, I would like to work with you, show me what you have." You show them a portfolio of at least 3 things that represent where you are now. Like if I'm an artist now, somebody comes to meet me like, "Oh, I like your sound, show me what you have." I'll send them 3 of my best tracks that best represent my sound. So in the sound portfolio, you put up, the pack now is made up of 6 slots where you have to attach your sound so that whenever someone comes across your profile, they know that this is the sound this person is making. I like what this person is doing. I would like to engage with what they are doing now, to work with the person. So you set up a sound portfolio, you swap by sound, you come across their sound first. It's not like somewhere that, maybe Instagram, that this profile is coming to you because it has already driven engagement because other people are sharing or they have 2 million followers. So the first thing you're interacting with is what the person is doing. As it is music, you are watching the video of maybe a snippet or a sound directly to you. So now you're swiping right or left based off what you're hearing. And then if it is mutual where you swipe it to the person and the person swipes back at you, you guys move on to the collab room. Something like Instagram now. If you follow someone and by God's grace they follow you back because they like what you're doing, you guys are just left there and there's no template or there's nothing that carries you from where you are now to the point of, say, creating something substantial. So the collab room now sets like a template from when it's a mutual match up until there's a product that comes out of it. So it just takes you from, okay, this is mutual. Then it sets the room for what you guys want to do and what you want to achieve from this collaboration until you bring out a product. Then per product you come out of, you bring out, then we give you rewards in-app for it. So, this is the market estimates for Nigeria is 124. I've watched a couple interviews where Mr. Michael Ojon was talking about the revenue and how we are missing things in our industry. Just like he mentioned about the 600 million that Nigeria is meant to have. So some of these figures might not be accurate, but this is based off the research that I did on what we have on table. For example, now I was watching a video where Mr. Michael Ojon was talking about the difference between the Asian market industry, the Asian industry and us. He said they increased by 7% and it got up to, was it $7 billion or $1 billion? While in Nigeria we increased by 15% and we are still stuck at 100 and something million. So these things now, I feel like one of the things we can do is we need to create more industries. In as much as there's a growth in people that are creating, there also need to be a growth in educated people in the system, so that as we are increasing the number of creatives that we are exporting out of Africa, there are people actively there to take care of these talents and make sure that what we are doing, what comes out of it, we can claim what is ours and restrict. So this is 124 million for our markets in Nigeria, 890 million for our markets in Africa. Then the global market, music collab tools, $4.2 billion. Next. Up until now, we have not launched because of some problems we have had, but due to the message we have been putting out on our social media platforms, we have been able to encompass 136 creatives for our wait lists with no paid ads. And these 136 creatives, now what is interesting about it is distributed. Because one of the sole aims now, or one of the sole problems that I Discover is trying to solve is, for every creative, you are told, or for every artist, you are told, for you to make it in music, you have to come to Lagos. If you're not in Lagos, you cannot make it. You're in Kaduna, no hope for you. So we're trying to make it decentralized in the sense that you don't have to be limited by just those people that you know beside you or those people that are following you on Instagram for you to make valuable connections and create. So you can be in Owerri and you are connected to somebody in Zamfara, as long as the person is doing what you love and you are doing. So it's now mutual when two people that are genuinely interested in each other's crafts do something or create music that pushes each other forward. Maybe I'm good that I do maybe dance hall and I do this other thing. Then you meet another producer because you're working on a particular project on maybe traditional Afrobeat, they're like, okay, I want to create something like this. Then you're working with somebody that he loves your sound and he feels like if you guys work together, you guys can produce something more. So that is what I discover solves in total. So next, this is for how we make money. We looked at the estimate the price that we used for Artist Pro and Artist Pro yearly is, we looked at the market that we are pushing into. In as much as in some other countries, this is too cheap for a plan. But we are using an example as Spotify. The way Spotify functions is looking at the market or the revenue that people make from that country and using it as an estimate, like, okay, this is how much these people afford. Like something like Spotify now, Spotify charges, I think, $1.5 per month. So we're using it around the same range as Spotify, because what Artist Pro gives you is it gives you unlimited swipes. What swipes are is, like, I already explained that if you're interested in somebody's craft, you swipe right to them. So in a day now, because another thing we're trying to kill is we're trying to encourage productivity and not encourage doom scrolling. So what an advantage that it might have for you or for people that are not actively in the field, maybe a creative, but you have some other things you should be doing, is those limited swipes can give you time to go and breathe and do other more productive things during your day, and you can come back. Not that you're on the app and you're just actively looking for someone to feed off. So yeah. Our closest competitor is Vampa. In as much as Vampa does not have a digital footprint in Africa, but it does something similar, but it misses so many things in areas that we are. For example, Vampa now is also a collaboration tool for artists. But Vampa has a problem of spam or scam because it exposes people to losing money because the people that they are trying to work with are not they don't have credibility. One of the things that we do on iDiscover is when you're coming onto the platform, we make the onboarding easy for you. But for you to get a verification so that when people are interacting with your profile, they're sure that, okay, this person is legit, there's a process to verify people. For example, now the stakeholders, because the other side of iDiscover, aside the collaboration that we preach as the primary aim, is stakeholders can discover artists more efficiently. An example of a stakeholder can be a label's A&R or a music executive, or even somebody that maybe is doing a film. Because for films or for projects like the MBA or the CBA, you need talent to work with. Let's say you're working on a film and you need somebody to do a particular sound for your film. You can come on iDiscover and just pick out talents and say, okay, or you're an A&R and you're looking to sign people. You can come on iDiscover and say, okay, I like this talent, I would like to sign this person. So something like Vampa now, if there are people on the receiving end and you're trying to interact like, okay, I want to work with this person, and to reach like maybe conversations about, oh, how can I pay you? Then you pay the person off. There's no credible way to track that, okay, your money went to this person because it's probably even a fake profile that you're interacting with. And that's now that we are going to implement on iDiscover, because we left it open for now, is when you're coming onto the platform, we have to be sure that you are a creative to come in. You can be a visual designer, or you can even not be in the field at all, but you want to come in to know what you can feed off from the creatives there. So when you're coming onto the iDiscover, which is one of the features we're going to implement in our roadmap, is you have to submit something to show that this is who you are. Then we'll go and do our research, then we'll approve it to come onto our platform. So yeah, next. This is for our roadmap to moving into the market. For 2026, which is like we are halfway through, we are looking at our foundations in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, and Ibadan. And these foundations are not that these are the states that we are limited to. This is for the states that we can concentrate on diversifying. We can come into somewhere like Lagos now, because I'm not based here. I can come into Lagos, walk my feet here, then distribute the talents that we have in Lagos to other sites, like to other states, for people to discover. Because statistically, we have the most amount of creatives in Lagos than in sub-Saharan Africa, any other country here. Then 2.5K for 2026, 2027 we have 15,000. Then by 2028, 2029 we have 60,000, 200,000. So next. This is our ask, 50,000 for growth, engineering, the team, and the operations. For the marketing and growth, okay, let me just, what this gets us is like, aside these other things, I want to talk more of the strategic partnership. I think one of my most interests is to work with firms like, an example can be Music Business Academy, where they, now CBA, that's Creative Business Academy, where they teach people about the business of music. And how, from what I learned, how they function is they create teams and they assign them people to work with. So they're teaching you about marketing, like music marketing. They're giving you someone that they're teaching you, you're practicalizing like, okay, now market this artist or market this talent. So something like Music Business Academy now can come onto iDiscover and pick out talents that they can work with. Like, okay, they can come onto iDiscover and pick 10 people that, okay, these people are genuinely talented. So the problem shouldn't be, are they talented enough to be pushed? So everybody on this our timeline now is talented. Now, each team take this person and work with. Something like CBA or films or firms as a whole that need talents or labels can work directly with iDiscover. I don't know if you understand what I mean, but this is the team behind it. My name is Ifan Chukwuchukwu, as you can see. Then there's Anele Chidera. But Anele Chidera is not with me here because he's schooling in Rwanda in African Leadership University as a software engineering student. He just graduated today too, so we had someone else that was in charge of our marketing, but we had to let her go because for me and Chidera now, this problem is personal because before I started building this project as of last year, November, I used to do music journalism where it's not the regular, it's just, so where if I come across a talent on Spotify, because I normally do my research to like try to discover new talents aside from people that are mainstream. If I come across a talent, I feel like this person is genuinely talented. Why is this person stuck at this spot? So I try to take their craft. Maybe I like a particular song, I like their whole discography. I take their craft and I translate what they are singing into a written form to try to encourage you that you have not listened to this person before. Okay, this is what this song is talking about, or this kind of sound this person is making. You should listen. So that's what I do on platforms like X, Instagram, and all those other platforms, so that people can interact with, oh wow, why have I not tapped into this person? Because all this while they'll be listening to the mainstream artists like, if it's not Burna Boy or Davido or Whiskey, they're not tapped in. So there are people in this underground, there are people in this area that are limited by their algorithmic reach, that cannot reach you unless you go out of your way to discover them. So the problem now, the labels are only looking at, I'm not sorry, but most of the labels, the problem they're limited to is looking at these numbers like, this artist is doing well. Oh, let's see how many followers. Oh, how much they do not use, maybe calculate how much they feel like they can make out of this person. They should sign this person under because this person already has their numbers. But there are people that are very talented. I came across a producer of recent on TikTok that when I heard this stuff, I knew I've not heard something like this before. When I went to check their followers, they only had 3 posts, which is the problem for them. They only had 3 posts and 50-something followers. But I know that if there's enough backing to this person will be doing very fantastic things. So the only problem the person had was their network, in my own opinion. Because your network can expose you to a whole lot. Your network can expose you to funding. Your network can expose you to furnishing your craft. Your network can expose you to things that you have never heard of. Just an example of your network pushing a genuine collaboration, moving you forward is something like Marvel and Wavestar. It's not like these people didn't have their whole careers already moving forward. But if they didn't collaborate on that track together, that escalated, Marvel probably won't be where he is now. Or it won't give him the exposure, the audience that it gave him. Same thing as Wavestar. We can go on and on. We can do spells and, sorry, not spells. We can talk about files. We can talk about Fino and Olamide. A whole lot of people that if they didn't collaborate, their careers as a person won't be where it is now. So that's that. I think that should be all. So yeah, so if there's any question you have, I'm open to answering.
Please take your seats. Take your seat. Where we want to go? You don't whet people's appetite, so they will ask you questions. All right, please, let's just put our hands together for Ifeanyi. Thank you very much. So we will take comments, questions, and pointed at him, not me. Direct your questions to him. Sure, you're okay with that? All right. Please, let's encourage him. He's a young Nigerian building something fantastic. When I look at your age, look at Dicey's age, these are guys that are building something important. We must encourage them. Uzo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Great innovation, by the way. Thanks, Ifeanyi Chuku. Really great work. I have a comment. I think you're trying to solve a very, very significant problem. But I think that if you're building from Nigeria out of Nigeria, right? I think you want to base when you're doing such presentations, you want to base your subscription model in Naira. So that way we can understand the true value as it pertains to our local market, number one. Number two, I think it would also be great if we could have had more like a Figma visual presentation of what the app is going to look like. I know you've not built it yet. Okay, nice to see that. So we can see how the swipe works and how the interaction is going to flow for the product. But ultimately, it's a good product. Thank you.
Any more? You want to say something?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
For the pricing, the reason why I left it at dollar was I'm trying to build, in as much as we are building for the world, but I'm trying to focus on the African market. And if we leave it as a fixed price, I would implement what you just said, maybe leaving in Naira for pitches I'm doing in Nigeria. But if I'm leaving it as Naira, then we are limited to just pitches inside of Nigeria, while we are targeting a market in Africa now for our roadmap. Where we are now, we are focusing on Africa, then we are focusing on music, which with time will move forward, like I said. But the reason why I left that dollar is because of Africa, to just cover for everybody, so that when everybody doing their conversions, you can just easily convert back to Naira. So yes. Yeah, I have it on my phone. Should I? Yes, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other? Okay.
Hello, good morning. My name is Joseph. I think I'd like to just give a comment on how you verify your customers, because I think that would be that would be one thing that will make your platform stand out. First, I would like to ask, how do you intend to verify them? And also, I would like to propose a solution on, because one thing you mentioned was for other platforms, there are scammers and people are able to go with people's funds. I would say to also look into keeping the money in the app until people are able to verify themselves before that money goes to their account, so that your users or those that are collaborating can ensure that their money is secured. Yeah, just a comment.
So presently, we are working with an agency to do the, what's it called? We are working with an agency to verify each person. In as much as we are working that agency to verify people, we are also doing our own background research. So whenever you come onto the platform, even before you say, okay, you want to go and do your verification, we do our own research on profiles. So if you come onto the platform and you say, oh, my name is Davido, I do music, I'm in charge of DMW, and you come onto the platform, that's you. Then we go now and we do our research on each profile. Then based off what we come up with in our research, then we'll give you feedback and flag your account with maybe the messages that were based off the research that we did. So that's...
Okay. Okay, you have a question? All right. Okay.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. If I brilliant, solution. But my question is riding, on what you just said. How do you intend to scale this from the background checks? Is it automated? Is it an offline research process you use in verifying profiles?
There are two types of verification. That's the manual and the automated. That's aside the agencies. The automated happens on its own, which my tech co-founder works on. If he was here, he could have explained more. But aside the automated form to fish out people, to scale people, because if my technical co-founder was here, he could have given you a more elaborate description. But aside the automated fishing, we do our own research, like I said. So let's say you log in as whoever you say you are. we ask for some details. Maybe, like for example, now if I'm to log in, I didn't do the demo, sorry, that was my bad. So if you're logging in as maybe a stakeholder, we ask for specific information. So those specific information that we're asking for when you're logging in or when you're onboarding, then we use it to go and do our background check. So if you come back and maybe the result comes back successful, then your profile is left there to interact with people. But you still don't have the verification badge because you have not done your verification process. So that's what that is.
Hi, fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I must say this is very impressive.
Thank you.
But I remember you said something about you taking your time to go through some artist profile to see or to listen to the kind of work they do, and you wonder why they are not mainstream yet. So is this app or this platform going to be open to everyone? How do you vet them? Like, what are the criteria that you will have to set to make sure you are not just bringing people who make noise?
Exactly.
Like people who have like good music. Like, how do you plan to go about that?
First of all, I have to point out that good music is relative. Like, it might be good music to you and it's not good music to the next person. So we don't want to set ourselves as the metric as if it's not good music to us, then we're not letting in.
Okay.
The only way now, which is what I already mentioned, now, the people that we let in, we are not that we are 100% sure, but maybe like 90% sure that those people are creatives in music. But that's what I already said. Like, we are moving on our roadmap now. We already implemented it, we have not pushed it yet. But to come onto the platform, you have to show us a demo of what you have. Or if you claim to be a musician, at least show us something that proves that you're a musician. Then we let you in.
So it's based on your discretion?
Yes.
Okay.
Not whether it's good music or not. If you say you're a musician, as long as you're a musician, you can come in. If you say you're a visual designer, you do covers, you can come in.
Yeah, you also said something about CBA, because now I think they have like different branches. There's the fashion side of things, right? And but your app seemed to be focused on just like the music, because of course you said you want to be able to like partner with CBA. So like, is there also room for like people within the creative, like the fashion side of things, like at least so that it would, embody everything that the CBA is about?
We cannot embody everything that CBA is about now. I wish I could say more about our roadmap, but these things are on our roadmap to bring in people from different fields of creating into I Discover. The reason why we are focusing on music is we can tackle the problem there, then we move on from there. So something like the CBA now, we know there are other areas, but the areas that dwell on music, we can work with them.
Okay.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ada Chuku. I'm a lawyer with Alex. I came in late, but great presentation. So my question sort of streams from what she had asked, because I think from the discussions yesterday, and even something you said about how you found a good producer, but didn't necessarily have visibility. And in Nigeria today, I think for at least 10 years now, we've argued that most mainstream artists are not necessarily quality musicians. So how then do you plan on, working with artists who may not be so sure of your platform as to, because this whole conversation about maybe your platform being a sellout that is just for people who just want to blow and stuff like that. So how do you plan on working with those kinds of artists and people who are like, okay, I just care about the music and not necessarily the visibility aspect? Okay, they want to eat, but how do you plan on working with those two sets of people? Because again, with also the use of AI, you're going to have people who would do majority of the work with AI. Would you say such people are not artists? So like, how will you onboard such musicians on your platform? I think that's my question. Thank you.
If I'm getting you right, I was asking if the question, like, how do we plan to tackle the people that are AI artists?
So that's one part. And then how will you handle people who believe that they're pure musicians? So they're not going about, like, they think about their lyrics. They think about the entire musical process. I mean, you mentioned someone's name. I'm not trying to slander him or anything, but most of his lyrics that I've heard, interesting. So how do you bring such people on board when they're like, okay, I'm not trying to be a sellout, and how do you make your product viable or marketable or sensible to them? I think that's my question.
I'll give you a quick example. Like, Drake's new album. I think one of the things that we picked up from Drake's new album was like he surfed the internet for people around, like maybe producers or mostly producers from around the internet to work with him. So there might be a situation where someone is trying to explore something new. You might not know what you want, but you know that if you go online, you might find what you want. And certain times when you come online and you find these things that you want and you're trying to interact with these things that you want, you cannot reach them because they didn't see your message or it's one of the 1 million messages in their spams. So, I think I'm digressing. But you engage directly with what, as you can see it now, if I can see what you are doing, if I'm an artist, I engage directly with you by swiping right. Then it does not force you, or it does not force a conversation right away, because now we make it mutual. So if I engage with you, like your profile, if I engage right on you, and you come across my profile at any point, and you don't engage, or you don't swipe right at me back, that's all. Or we might come back to remind you. It's not like we're forcing you, like, oh, this person swiped right on you, come on, do something. But it's because you don't like me, that's why you're swiping left. And that's how you should be. You shouldn't be like, oh, it's because I can afford this person. This is the only person I can afford, that's why I have this person. So that's one. Then another thing was the AI artist part. I think I've forgotten his name, but there are people that are building tools now to check for these things. Aside from the automated part where you just upload and check, we will do our own due diligence by researching these things, because I know there are tools too to check, but we can implement an automated form to check songs or whatever people put up and say, okay, this is them. Then if we detect any anomaly, then we can flag you and take you down.
Thank you. I'm Dana Nolger. I was just thinking, it's a really nice product and a nice platform. I was thinking, have you already included it, or have you considered for the as a feature for the? I'm thinking the B2B from the performer or the creator to potential businesses who will work or include. There's a potential exploitation in it. So if you have young performers, or you have starting up and making their music available, who can easily be exploited by, and this taps a little bit into our conversations yesterday. Would it make sense to offer a feature for the members, the pro members, for instance, that you can have like do's and don'ts on contracts, or like and maybe even include standard contracts, like this is what you would look for, this is what you should seek as a feature, a benefit for some of your members? Or maybe you already included it.
No, we haven't. But the thing I planned to do, like the thing that we are going to do, was something like, if you are making a record in-app, we can take it from a finished product to publishing and collect your royalties too and give it back to you. So that's the space that we are trying to fill now. Yeah. I discovered feeling as somebody that, okay, you are done with collaboration and you guys bettered something very magnificent. You can publish it for you, collect your money and give it back to you.
And just to follow up, I think you can quite easily include, like WIPO has some really nice from clips on just video clips on like do this, don't do this. And which is free, and you can just include it as a lot of people don't know they exist, but it's really educational on. Yeah.
I do some music educative things on my X where I won't say I know too much, but from the things I know, I will go and do my research. Then I'll come back and platform things you should do or you shouldn't do. Yeah. But maybe I should implement it in app.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Kafayat. Very amazing app and what you're working on. Congratulations. He talked about taking it further, and that's the reason why I wanted to ask you about distribution. Do you intend to go into distribution?
Yeah.
And I wanted to make a recommendation.
Okay.
So when you decide to go into distribution, a way that you can find artists that are already maybe known or are a bit they're registered with PROs. You can have a feature whereby the ones that are registered can put that, and that will make it easy for you to already know that they are professional artists already, they're registered. And then I'm very happy the DG of Nigerian copyright is here. Yes, I made a mistake of your culture and arts. I think it'd be very wonderful if artists have the opportunity to immediately on such apps like this to be able to register their works for copyright. I know that a lot of, CD Baby has something like that, but I think if we're able to do that, it will help a lot of creatives, and it would also help your app. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I didn't get the name you said.
My name, sorry?
The name.
CD Baby.
Okay.
It's a platform is owned by Downtown, and I think probably affiliated with Universal. So it is 100% yes. So yeah,
Yes,
thank you so much. Wonderful work.
Thank you so much.
No question again. Ifeanyi Chukudubem, that's my daughter's name, the last one. Yeah. Thank you very much. And can we swap over to his contact? So maybe during the break, people will reach out to you and maybe take the conversation further. But thank you for what you are building. It all adds up to what this platform is all about. And wherever we can be of support, I can promise you that AMPR and Music Tech Nigeria will be there to support what you're doing. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for him? Okay, we're going straight to our first presentation for today, our second presentation rather. And please, can we switch over? All right. So I've been informed by the NCS and MTN team that our featured speaker is unavoidably unavailable. But we're privileged, I must say, to have a very senior manager at MTN come to stand in for Aisha. But before we bring them here, I would like to once again recognize our DG, the Director General of National Council of Arts and Culture. Please, let's put our hands together once again for Obi Asika. Thank you very much, sir, he was here yesterday, and DG, sir, we are yet to recover from your presentation. Yes, the numbers are staggering. Yes, and we are yet to recover, but I know with you to guide our steps, I know we'll get there. Good. Thank you, sir. So please, I'll be bringing on the microphone Funshaw Finney, the General Manager, Business Growth at MTN, is the one driving all the digital business strategy. So please, he will be giving us their thoughts on CRBT. Where the title self? Can you imagine? Okay, he will be speaking to us on. Can we have his presentation? So. Yes, so he will be speaking to us on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chinedu. So, regrettably, and I sincerely apologize, our Chief Digital Officer was unavoidably absent, as Dr. Chinedu said. She couldn't have, there's no way I could do this any better than she can, because she's very, very passionate about it, but I promise I'll really do my best to do justice to this presentation. There's one figure that people take for granted in the Nigerian market, and it relates to MTN. And that number is 85 million. I'm not going to boast about the numbers that we have with regards to, or in comparison to what the DG mentioned yesterday. There's nothing compared to that, but I'm quite confident that significant amount of those numbers that were presented yesterday doesn't stay in this country. And this is where MTN comes in. I'm not going to share numbers that are in diaspora or outside this country or anything. I'm just going to share numbers that is actually sitting here and could potentially grow astronomically if we do the right things. And this is why we are here today to share with you what we intend to do, what we've done in the past, and how the future is going to look, particularly for the music and creative industry. So now, there's a lot of things that we intend to do with regards to music. And this is bordering on what we have learned about what we did in the music industry in the past. And I'm talking as far back as 2000s and so on. Particularly CRBT, which I think Dr. Chinedu is very particular about. CRBT basically is coloring back tune, in case nobody understands. That's when you call somebody the music that you hear. And to a large extent, we don't really know how much this actually means for the entire industry. It is significant, and I'll just give an example. Can anybody give me a figure for 100 million streams in Nigeria, on Spotify, Apple Music, whatever? Sorry, 1 million streams. I know, but let's have a figure. 500, 300, between $300 and $500. And color ringback tune, which we fondly call color tunes, 1 million. How many is that in a month? Nobody. 50 million naira for one artist. 50 million naira downloads. Downloads. The maths doesn't lie. Now, we've done this in the past, right? And at scale. And this is why I started with that figure, 84 million. Of course, we don't have 84 million caller tune subscribers or music streamers in Nigeria. But I'll be lying if I said so. But that is the potential. That is the size of the market. And we are aggressively ensuring that we give these customers the best value for their money. Right? So we're putting a lot of things together that is going, again, from the learnings that we've had in the past, where we were just largely generating a lot of money without a doubt, but completely blindsided about the industry. And this is where all the work that Dr. Chinedu, DG, is trying to change, and we are very, very on board with that, and we're working very, very closely with them on that. We are not doing anything outside without their say-so, and they know this, they can testify to this. Abi? So, we're building a platform, and this is a music platform, not just music streaming now, caller tunes and all that. but not just building a platform and generating money, but also building all the enablers for the entertainment creative industry. And a lot of that obviously relies on data. And I like to fondly say somebody sends a tweet about flood in Abakaliki, an artist, and then he sees immediately how many females or how many children have, or young adults, not children, but how many young adults have stopped streaming his music just because of that. This is the value. Or something even more positive, and he says, okay, I did a concert in Abakaliki, but I don't know how that has really impacted my business. Immediately, even from caller tune downloads, you can actually see that a lot of young adults that are male are downloading my tunes in Abakaliki and making comments about the tunes that, my concert. And I should do a collabo with a female that comes from Abakaliki who is popular. Imagine that. That is a massive game changer. And this is what we are building. And distributing as well. And I'm not talking distributing the content now, I'm talking distributing of the money that is generated across the platform. There's this sheet that was introduced to us by Dr. Chinedu. Not that we were not aware of this sheet, but we just weren't intentionally orchestrating this sheet where it determines how every single naira is distributed across split sheet. Thank you. I always mistake it for chart sheet. That was what was thinking in my head. I was like, split sheet, thank you. So how the money is distributed across the entire value chain up to the guy who is just beating the tambourine. Anyway, if he's part of the split sheet. Okay, again. So yes, these are the things that we're building, and I'll talk a little bit about that because there are also so many other things. And there's a slide that kind of shows exactly what this means from MTN perspective. Yeah, yes, 84 million. Sorry, I didn't know, I forgot that it was on the slide. But that's a very important number. Please, next slide. So I've mentioned from my
Sorry for the interruption. Please, I just have to do this. Someone is blocking some people from having access to this place. Please, if your car is KJA 677FC, Toyota Corolla, please go and repair KJA 677FC. Thank you. And sorry, sir.
Yeah, so a quick journey through our involvement with music in MTN. Initially, and I'm sure our DG is also very, very involved in the past. Again, that's why I say decades ago. There was something they called ringtones, if you guys remember. It was part of this music distribution business in Nigeria as far back as 2008. Again, huge, significant amount of money was made from ringback tunes, where called ringtones, thank you, ringtones, where you download a tune and your 3310, anytime they call you, you hear a sound that you really like. A lot of money. Again, we distributed, collected, paid the aggregators, and that was it. We didn't really get involved in how that money was distributed to the entire value chain. And then from that, of course, what that was competing with, but not necessarily, because the way that is consumed is different from the way when you go to Alaba market to buy a CD that is pirated, it's completely different, But you see, the thing about music is that people enjoy it in different ways, and as we know today. So, of course, and that transitioned into the coloring back tune that I spoke about elaborately just now, and then we had our stint with music streaming, If any one of you remember, the MTN launched Music Plus about a decade ago, I think 2014, thereabout. And that was quite successful because we had a lot of subscribers. We generated almost $500 million monthly. Nothing compared to Color Tunes, by the way. This was also launched in several markets. It was launched in Ghana, launched in Cameroon, launched in South Africa. But, you know, due to several factors, it was sunset, and then we went ahead and launched another music streaming app that unfortunately wasn't so successful. It was called Music Time. The reason why that wasn't successful is because we didn't communicate the value to the consumer. It was a completely different model, which we thought would help us reach the underserved streaming market. But that didn't go so well. So we sunset that as well. Further down the line, we started to pick up our Color Tune again after there was a lot of, I would say, customer protection, regulatory, internal cleanups to sanitize the market, which made a huge impact. But we started to rebuild that business again, and this has grown significantly today. Now, this is Color Tune, or CRBT 1.0. One thing I can mention around CRBT 2.0 before we, in order not to get into a Microsoft Windows and Apple Mac OS situation, which basically means, you know, Airtel and all the other guys have a CRBT platform as well, and we would not like them to go to markets with what we are planning before we do, is that when it comes to distribution of the revenues, because the revenue is there, that is for sure. But in terms of distribution of the revenues and the insights I mentioned initially, CRBT, that's just like a tip of the iceberg in terms of what CRBT 2.0 is going to look like when we hit the market. Is completely something you've never seen before, heard of. But it's going to be a massive game changer. I can say that for sure. Now, what does this all together mean in one page? Please, let's just go open. Continue to the end. I'm just, because there's a lot going on here. I don't want to go into the details. But this kind of brings everything onto that platform I mentioned to you. There's a CRBT 2.0, there's a music streaming, but then there's all kinds of things that are going around this platform, from the licensing, the revenue split, all the platforms that we are going to be investing in, from an MTN Awards to a Tiny Desk concert, to all kinds of things that we are going to be enabling and facilitating in order to drive more into the platform, generate more revenue into the platform, and distribute fairly across the entire industry. And this is where MTN Music business is moving towards. It's going to be exciting times, I can tell that for free. And we're going to be, again, back into the music business like we've always done. I always tell people that if you remember those days, we used to have lampposts of, what's his name again? Tiwa Savage, My Darling, Limpopo King, and so on and so forth. That's how much we invested in the music business. Billboards, lampposts, radio, everything. And that is going to be back, that is for sure. And we are going to start with the CRBT 2.0 and introduce the music streaming after. And I promise you, this is going to blow everybody's mind. That is, I can tell you that for free. It is going to blow everybody's mind. The team has been working tirelessly. The DG, Dr. Chinedu, we've consulted with everybody and everybody that is a major stakeholder or even a minor stakeholder in the industry to ensure that we get this right once time, because we cannot, failure is not an option. We've done this in the past. Yes, we generated, but we obviously recognize everything that we did wrong And we intend to do a lot more, a lot better this time around. So what I would just like to leave is that, again, we are building a platform largely for the license holders for the content, which is a major stakeholder in the value chain, and even the artists. And this is not just about revenues now, but even insights in order to build a better music ecosystem, or a better music business for all stakeholders. We will be orchestrating that and ensuring that everybody is fairly treated across the ecosystem, as long as you're working with MTN, as long as you're working within our ecosystem, which we've tried to put together. And one thing that I can say for sure, again, is that music is not going to be the same as it's always been. We are not going to be living this nonsense, which I like to call it, forgive my French, $500 for 1 million streams, when there's opportunity to make 50 million naira for the same 1 million. So I'll leave that with you, and I'll be very, very open to questions, comments, suggestions, and anything that comes to mind. Thank you.
Please take yours just hold on. Please. Did you just hold aside before you? Sorry. Before the DG in, please can we just hand the mic to the DG? But before the DG takes the, just want to quickly recognize Mrs. Nina Jacob Ogogo, the group head, She Ventures and Impact Sector, FCMB Group. You're welcome, man. You're welcome, man. Yes. DG, sir. Please, you can go ahead, sir.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just going to say that, first of all, anyway, I'll get a copy of the presentation, but I think, no, I have a different copy. I have the older one. This is a newer one. But I think, first of all, I think it's a we're very, very happy that MTN is stepping into the space. And as they have acknowledged, at this time, they're stepping into the space with the core ecosystem. So it's not just about providing the platform, which they have done in the past through the ringtones and the streaming, but this is actually about the wider ecosystem, the institutions, the capacity building that enables this thing to thrive. One of the things that we heard, there are two things I just wanted to say, just to give MTN further confidence, so to speak, even though I know they have their data. And it's funny because it comes from the guys who have specialized in micropayments. You know, YouTube and Spotify have specialized in micropayments, but even with those micropayments, at least the data gives us an indication of what is happening. And depending how you read the data. So when we went to Spotify, and the day we were at Spotify on the state visit was the day they were releasing their global report, you know, for how, you know, how they're performing, how the music industry performed on the platform. And, you know, and branding is very important. And I just want to say this to everybody in the room. If you become a superstar tomorrow and you came out of Lagos, don't go and tell anybody you're not an Afrobeats artist. It's just a stupid thing to do. I'm not just going to tell you, because what it does is it diminishes you, right? And what happens is that your industry and your sect and brand can begin to contract because you think you're trying to separate yourself from your source. You separate yourself from your source, you just separated yourself from your audience, and you just reduce the capacity for everybody coming behind you. It's a very important thing, because if you actually go and talk to the major labels properly, for the last 2.5 years, they've been concerned that Afrobeats is contracting. It's not really growing. Do you understand? And this is something that we in the industry have to take hold of. So it's not, and obviously we know there are many genres beyond Afrobeats, but we know that Afrobeats is the driver. So, and what I'm saying is this, we must learn to protect what is our own, right? Don't make flippant statements because it's trendy. I'm not Afrobeats. If you're a major artist, it's very likely you came out of that pipeline. If you came out of that pipeline, please respect it, support it, and keep it aligned. Last week, the Chief Digital Officer of Universal Music made a couple of statements that I think are important to even think about from the context of Nigeria. I love what she said about you know, coloring back towards what they could generate in revenue vis-a-vis streams on YouTube or Spotify. But at the same time, think about this fact. 41, he said this at the World Intellectual Property AGM, which is the biggest gathering for IP. And he said this, he said 41% of the US economy is driven by the IP industries. Now that's a significant figure. US economy, last time I checked, is somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 trillion. I don't know. So if almost half of it is driven by IP. What are the IP industries? Hollywood, Silicon Valley, music. To a lesser extent, literature, fashion, and all these things. But that's what it is, right? So we have a philosophy that if we are able to efficiently partner with a company like an MTN, providing like a digital stack to back this country's IP, what we can see going forward is a completely different conversation, because now we have leverage. So I think what you're talking about is your 85 million subscribers gives us the opportunity for a domestic monetized environment, which is exactly what we're looking for. Because then you won't be talking about international projection, but talking about domestic consumption. And that's why I always say that it's great to go global, but our biggest market is our market. It's as simple as that. And I love the young Nigerians to understand this. Everyone wants to go global, but if you're going global and you don't have anything local, you're irrelevant. So you have to be dominant at home first. Then you can go to every country in the world, and they'll invite you as a superstar. But if you're not relevant at home, you haven't actually done anything. And this is really, really important. The second side is this convergence of music and technology that Chinedu them are trying to push, that we're talking about. The same gentleman made the point that the day from the time when Apple created the iPod, some of us are old enough to remember the iPod, from when they created the iPod, the Apple was probably a $5 to $10 billion company at the time. Today, Apple is, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 trillion. And there's that convergence of media and technology. Because what happened is the music animates everything. And we all know this. I was telling an advertising CEO this morning, imagine switching off the music and all your advertising. And there's no soundtrack. There's no emotion. It's flat. So nobody's going to buy any product. So please, let's stop minimizing the impact of the music, because it is actually critical to everything everybody does. So thanks a lot. We're looking forward to the partnership. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Foza. I'm going to kind of deviate from the accolades that my DJ has given. And I'm going to be like is this a safe space? Yes. For honest conversation? Yes. All right. Hi, sir. Yeah. It's very truthful feedback, and that I need you, MTN to respond to. So I came into this industry working in the CRBT space. That was my entry into the industry. And one of the biggest things that, I'm a lawyer, and one of the biggest things I witnessed then when I was a young lawyer was disrespect and lack of trust, especially from MTN. The moment our clients started asking and saying, hey, how is it that you come out and advertise that you made 70 million naira, but I'm getting a 700K check? Let me tell you what MTN did then. They started writing to COSON. No, they started writing to the entire industry and they told members of the artists to relinquish, or what they call that, reject COSON. Because COSON was demanding for public performance royalties. If I'm lying, anybody that was there, Mr. Chinedu? No, so that, because that disrespect is the foundation of why I don't trust an MTN partnership. And I get it, there are 85 million subscribers, they have the tech. But the transparency of it, like DG just said, do not minimize the value of the music. And that was what was done during the CRBT era. It was like, you guys didn't have any option, take this or get out. And the moment you tried to talk, because it was a big organization, there was a active bid to blacklist those artists. And I'll tell you for a fact, 5 of my clients were blacklisted. They might not remember, but I remember. And they specifically told them, write to COSON and reject COSON, because COSON was asking for what was due to them. So now the question is, what's the guarantee that that company's ethos has changed? There's no guarantee. Even as an MTN user, I complain every day about my data. Then you guys did a data trial. Then you bring a couple of Olodos to come and witness the data trial. And they're asking questions and it's like doing like this. Why should I trust that? Now, the things have changed. Then you guys had the upper power. Now we're an equal partner. So the question is, in terms of transparency, what is MTN's ethos towards transparency and accountabilities to the right holders? It's very sweet that, oh yeah, you want to create the thing that will rival Spotify. Or, I don't care about that. I care about the fact that, how do I audit that MTN platform to be sure that the money coming is the money agreed, and the monies to be paid to the PROs are going to be paid, and that you're not going to use my data to train on AI without my permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, your response.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I got the name, but Fosa, okay. Thank you very much for your honest feedback. It's well received and very much appreciated. I'm not sure you were in the room when I actually touched about the fact that we acknowledge all the mistakes we made in the past, right? Maybe I didn't go into the details such as disrespect, unfair sharing.
I'm fighting me.
I'm fighting my very good friend, Dr. Chinedu, who, you know, we've been working very, very closely with this time around. But having said that, the reality of today, right, is completely different. Then, yes, maybe the music wasn't so strong, Afrobeat wasn't so strong, and so on and so forth, than it is now. Then there was more focus on core network than any other thing. Today, then we didn't even have a chief digital officer looking at all kinds of creative content that will be monetizing over our network. So a lot of things have evolved over time till now. Now there's a deliberate focus on digital services and doing things right. And this is why we are not doing whatever we are doing alone. We are working very, very, very closely with key industry stakeholders, such as the DG that I mentioned, and he has testified that what we are doing, we are actually going in the right path because we didn't even make a single move without getting their inputs as well as their buy-in. And this is not an endorsement. I'm not fishing for endorsements or anything, because we are quite confident that we are going to do things better. And this is why we have reached out to them. They didn't reach out to us. We reached out to them, and not just them. There are so many others that we've reached out to, including Dr. Chinedu, who we've been in several battles, even in court in the past, right? And I would speak specifically about one thing you mentioned about respect. I would deeply, deeply apologize for that. I wish I knew the people, but I don't think anybody in the digital services division today has disrespected any creative industry person or any partner that we have been working with up till now. But if that is still happening, I think it's something that you could always bring to our attention, and we will deal with it. Regarding money and fair sharing and all that, I also mentioned something about introducing the split sheet, which is quite popular in the industry, as part of our ethos, let me put it like that, where everybody knows where their money is. If I'm owing the license holders, I know how much my money is regardless, even though this is just going to be depleting what my license holder has given me up front. So there's a lot of transparency, and I probably will see it in the slide somewhere where we mention the split sheet management system, where distribution of monies is not going to be taken for granted at all. We acknowledge that we did this in the past, and I mentioned this in my presentation, And that is not going to happen again, at least not as long as Dr. Chinedu is working for us. I'm sure he will kick hard against it. So I don't know if I've been able to address your questions. I'm not going to pretend to answer your questions, but at least address them to some extent. And I will not, again, say that we are perfect now. We will still continue to learn with the guidance of DG, Dr. Chinedu, and other industry stakeholders, because we come cap in hand this time.
I appreciate it. I think it's actually a very good step. If you've been in conversation with Dr. Chinedu and the DG, I think it's a good step. I just want to tell you that I'll be your check and balance on the outside.
Please, we need more and more checks and balances. More and more checks and balances. Thank you.
And let me say, you should take FOSA very serious. If she says it, she's definitely going to do it. And she's one of those few people that will look you straight in the eyes. We had our own fair share of battle when I was at COSON too. She was straight. And
did you take her to court?
No. You know,
you took us to court.
Yes, I took you to court because I had people to report back to, people like her. I had to report back to. So, but you understand now that it's not personal. Exactly.
Yeah, I appreciate everything that went, that happened then. If not, we wouldn't be where we are today.
Yes. Optimism, just hold on. He goes first, then I'll come back.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kenneth Ehichoya. It's a very big project, and it seems like you're putting so many things into one package. Is ringtones going to be part of it?
No. To answer your question, Steve, but obviously if we see a potential opportunity for ringtones, because really, when you think about it, I'm not sure. I mean, there's ringtones on iTunes today. I actually, just for experience, check it out every now and then. If you call me now, you hear Sesame Street, because, I'm just from that generation. But if we see that there's a potential for ringtones in Nigeria today in 2026, which I see, my gut feel tells me there isn't, because I don't think iTunes is performing as much as...
Okay, the reason why I asked that is today, everybody can copy music from everywhere, then set up ringtones for themselves. Then probably that's a challenge that we need to work. DG, maybe the government need to work on their fighting piracy to ensure that people don't have a way of collecting free music, so that that can be an opportunity where people can also earn money. That is one. Two, is there room for partnership, maybe with other businesses?
Other businesses
that are like...
that are in the creative industry.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's say, for instance, somebody sent you a proposal and you like it. Mm-hmm. If you like that proposal, would you rather help to scale that person's project, or you steal the idea and add it to your platform?
I think that question goes without saying. I don't know what you want me to say, but no, let me be clear. No, we won't steal your idea.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But if you're worried about ideas being stolen, I think you can register and follow that. Exactly. We are not in control of that, but we will steal your ideas. No.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Optimist, and I'm an entertainment lawyer. So,
sorry, did you say Optimus?
Optimist. Yeah. So, please, can you go to the other slide? So you mentioned something as to lawyer. So, my first question there is, what's the input of? No, you can go back. You can go back. Yeah, so what class entertainment lawyer, before you end up becoming a lawyer, so it's not as per, MTN, and then they end up bringing lawyer into the industry to start operating, entertainment law. And just want to first question as to what is the implementation, because you didn't touch that. I only just said the slide, but you didn't mention anything as to that. Then just also want to put in some other contribution that part of the issue that we are having in the industry now currently is not the fact that we are not having people doing the same thing you are coming to do, but the fact of the transparency that we're not seeing when we have people that we are coming to meet that, this money that you've generated, how can you end up giving it to us? We're talking about streaming platform maybe generating about 1 million, and we're saying $500. Our clients that we're representing, they will be happy that they end up seeing the 1 million stream, and at the end they get the 500. That okay, well, I know that because maybe exchange rate, currency or thereabout, but they are clear that this $500 I'm going to get it. And so the part of the transparency, because as my boss have said, FOSA, when the time comes, most time what we end up saying is that when we're giving people power in Nigeria, they end up turning it into monopolization. You're stating something before that, competitor, you don't want to mention something here. But when power has been given to people, especially in country that you can bend the law and find your way, people tend to now, start the monopolization. And what you said might not happen, might still end up happening because you don't own MTN, you don't have control over MTN. You can stop working with them today. Opportunities can come, you travel and you don't have anything to do with them today. So just asking also, what are the implementation that will definitely be in place. And lastly, I don't know the app you people are building. Maybe it's just a music streaming app, but I also feel like if that want to be the case, that means you won't just look at the Nigeria, will be international, because if my song is on a platform, definitely have to be streamed all over the world. But what we're looking, and I think is the major concern in Nigeria, is the distribution. So if a proper distribution company, we have, the people are still growing, proper distribution, and MTN have opportunity with other countries, and you have companies that you operate in other countries. So if distribution can be looked into and worked on well, instead of maybe streaming platform first, starting with distribution, and music artists, people that are doing music artists, executives are saying that the money being generated is enough. Definitely, everything will start coming back home, and we'll start using Nigeria platform and MTN. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Although he stressed out some of the points I wanted to make as regards to transparency. So I was like, when whatever MTN is cooking now, Maureen from University of Port Harcourt. Okay, so whatever MTN is cooking now should include that we exhibit or show a little bit of transparency where creative can have access to see, and everybody is a win-win situation for everybody. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm just going to make a comment based on the presentation that has been made. My name is Eddie Lawani. Brilliant presentation. The concern that have been raised circle back to one thing essentially: knowledge, awareness, education. If you think you've been cheated in any way in the past, the question is, how did you know? Right? I had the opportunity of engaging in conversations like this in a couple of places in the last few years. And my submission strictly was, what we enjoy today in Nigeria as the boom generated by Afrobeat, and like the DG said, leading us to other trajectories, was a pure accident. When I say an accident, there are people that did a lot of the groundwork, if you go back into history, but exploding, the explosion took a lot of us by surprise. So we're not really ready. So those who were ready, that have structures, capitalize. I'm happy that we're having some kind of homegrown solutions that is going to try to mitigate and address what some of those lapses are. And in my submission some time ago,
I said, if the explosion of new African music, aka Afrobeat, was an accident of the internet, what comes after Afrobeat and the sustainability of that explosion cannot afford to be an accident. We have to be deliberate. We have to know what we're doing. We have to own our structures. We have to have homegrown platforms that serves us first before we chase what some people call clout. And at the bottom, at the heart of all of this, I repeat, awareness, knowledge, and this will be brought about by education. So we must not stop learning, we must not stop interacting, we must not stop collaborating. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to respond to Optimist question? And
okay, on entertainment law. Okay, so on entertainment law, what, again, like I said, we are consulting a lot of stakeholders, and one thing that has come strong is the gap in entertainment law and how this, so what we're looking at putting together now is resource for artists, independent artists, labels, and so on, who are not able to access this in order to manage their business.
Let me tell you the problem with that.
Okay.
Right? And I respect it, right? But you can't fund the advisor of the person you're going into business with. There will always be conflict. You can't, so let me give you an example. Say you get the resource for them. Oh, what is the strategy?
So I'm not going to say, okay, go with this lawyer, go with this artist. No, that's not what I mean by bring the resource. So it's like a two-sided business. We are going to be bringing lawyers, something similar to iDiscover, where you are swiping left and right, to the artist, yes, saying, look, you need a lawyer. You don't know who to go to. These are trusted lawyers. Approach any one of them that you would like, and then you can carry your business
So I'm
forward.
still very finicky about it because it's conflict of interest. And no, and this is currently happening in the industry. There's no way a record label will pay or refer me to a lawyer, and that record label or whatever is supposed to be somehow in charge of me getting paid. There's conflict of interest that will arise. So you're saying, oh, you're referring to this directory, go to this directory, pick your lawyers from there. Somehow, MTN is funding that. Is not. Is it?
MTN guy wants to respond to you.
Okay, no. I'm just really asking because this is a deep
thank you.
conflict of interest issue.
Yes. We hear you. Now, if you look at the trend today, imagine artists, and this is, you will know this, they just sign their lives away to...
They never sign their lives away, but go on.
Pretty much.
They don't, but go on.
Pretty much. Now, down the line, I mean, we've had issues where an artist engages MTN and says, put my song on Ringback Tune. And it's more of a knowledge problem because they are not aware of the legal requirements that controls IP. And most times they do these things. I mean, we were dealing with one in the office a while ago, and we were quite shocked that you are this big and you do not know about it. So what we want to do is, we are creating an ecosystem where anybody, emerging artists, can come on board and really do music properly. But there's a business side to it, and there's a legal side to music. That platform must be able to orchestrate all of these people to come to the table and define value. Now, ignorance will no longer be an excuse. What we want to do is to facilitate the ability for anybody, any artist, to get first the required knowledge, the legal part of music. We must facilitate that, else we'll be dealing with an issue that will always come back to haunt everybody within the ecosystem.
I know.
What we are doing is facilitating access to this other side of music business, and we are very intentional about it.
Let's limit it to facilitating access. Because this is a rising serious conflict of interest issue currently lying in the industry. So, and also, for me, you guys have a background that I don't trust. So I'm already very finicky about the fact that you want to. I know people are laughing. This is not funny. And these are potential issues that also you can fall under.
Yeah.
You know, do you understand what I'm saying? And well, let me be transparent with you. I'm sorry. I'm part of your ecosystem already, whether you like it or not, right? I've seen already one of my clients on your screen, right? But then again, in terms of access, right? One of the things that we did on that project was, hey, before you sign with this particular thing, you must have accessed lawyers. Now, it's easy for us to refer them and say, hey, go to this bar association section or something and find. It's an independent body. But now saying go to this iDirectory sponsored or facilitated by MTN Foundation or something is what I'm worried about. And I wanted to figure out, is that the kind of access you're trying to do, or you are strictly keeping it to open source access? Yellow pages.
Okay, so
no,
yeah, thank you, Foza. I think I'm going to get a contact. We need to have more discussion. Yeah. Sorry.
But yellow is your brand, so is it?
Yellow page. Yes, so one more thing. Just one more thing on the trust part, right? If you go quickly, no, not here. The overview that my boss just spoke about, I think we're missing it. Probably because he's, just quickly, yeah. If you look at the ecosystem you're building today, and he mentioned it again, what we didn't do well in the previous life was transparency. And you know that data don't lie. What we're doing today is that you have access to how your songs, your catalog, how they are performing. You know who is streaming what, you know who is downloading, you know who is listening to your song, you know where they are. That is what we are building today. And he mentioned some things about, you asked the question, what has changed structurally? Then there was an intermediary. No, this time around, no. We are talking to the industry players directly. Everybody's coming to the table. And it's about owning a piece of this big pie. Nobody is standing in between to give you your share anymore. You are seeing the share, and you know exactly what you're contributing and what you're taking out. Data is going to be central to this, and that's why maybe you are all gloating over it. It is central to the life of this ecosystem we're building. Transparency is our first currency when it comes to this, and that's trust. And that is what this whole industry, what we're building now, is actually built on. I will let... No,
I quickly want to say something.
So, sorry up to me, because just hold on, please. Because hold on, guys. When this was included in the program, we knew it's going to turn out like this because of some bad blood that have over the years. So please, for the MTN guys, do not see this intervention exactly, because if they come and just paper over everything, then they've not done you good. So just take this in your stride and go back and thank you. Lord, just for DG, please.
Yeah, thanks. I think I just wanted to jump on a couple of things real quick. First of all, I think from the MTN side, what you're just hearing is some of the skepticism, which is well-deserved from a market that has been exploited for years without real balance, right? The thing that has happened now, obviously, is that the industry has a bit more leverage than it had before, and maybe there's a bit more cohesion. I think not everybody understands this properly, so I think education is key. Eddie already said this, and you guys have a lot of power. I don't think my lawyer there understands that this is the distribution that you're looking for. That's exactly what this is. This is distribution. Distribution in the 21st century is mobile, okay? You cannot get to your mass market with any other way. Even the guys who have done it, like Spotify and the rest, they are slightly different, but in most countries, they embed with mobile as well. And that's how they activate and get to scale. But the real issue here is the architecture of trust. That's what this is all about. And once you have transparency, your artist is signed up, they get their dashboard from the label or the artist themselves, and they can see everything happening. That's there. I would like to say to Foza, who's making some points that are, maybe they sound difficult, but those are real issues, because she's going to have to deal with that with her real clients, the real artists. Because you're not going to be there when she's having to convince them that, yes, this is real, right? Because that's the journey. This is real, something might come out of this. Should we pay attention? That's the conversation that any artist wants to know. But I think that one of the things that you can do to tweak this thing, and what she's concerned about, which is, of course, about undue leverage, because MTN has so much power compared to everybody else, there's a website called taxi.com. That website has been running at least 25 years out in New York. It is primarily free services for the music industry. Education, publishing, licensing, acquisition, contracts, any type of thing you might want to know is actually there freely available for artists. And I think that's the sort of thing. And of course, you can collaborate with the section of business of the Nigerian Bar Association so that there's a step back. Because once the market sees it as an MTN thing, then that's the conflict of interest she's talking about. So I think there is a way to support the sector, to have that on your platform, make it more transparent. Everybody's got an account anyway. But I think that is the architecture of trust that we have to build, because what we're all trying to do is to build domestic value. At the end of the day, this is about building domestic value, unlocking the hidden value sitting in our markets, and therefore giving us more leverage vis-a-vis the international partners who are constantly dimensioning our market. But as far as I'm concerned, they've always under-dimensioned it, right? But the only leverage we have is to build domestic, as far as I'm concerned, and which is why we are going to be strongly supporting what MTN are doing. But certainly, transparency, and I think in 2026 with the digital tools, it's very hard to cheat anybody. Once you got a split sheet, you know your rights, registration, it's hard to get cheated. What you got to now focus on is make sure your music is right and the marketing is right, so you have an opportunity. That was just on this.
Thank you. I'll take two more comments because we need to round off. I'll take him and then Daniel, so we'll close this.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Tones. I'm Dr. Tones. I'm a music executive and a music economist by training. I actually came in a bit late, but I tried to catch up with what's happening, and it feels pretty novel to the problem that we are experiencing, having been part of this system in the last 2 decades, growing in it, and I know we have a lot of problems. And before I get to ask you, I want to agree with the DJ that said that in his closing statement now that we need to build local in order for us to be able to get the value of what we create, and that's a big problem. So my first question to you, in line with that, is the platform looks enticing. The product description is compelling from what I'm seeing. And I heard you say independent, which is where our problem is as an industry. And I say this with a lot of information, a whole lot of data. First question to you people, what are the independents that you're targeting? Who is this platform actually for? So Afrobeat is where it is today, and we all want to agree, again I say it with data, that only very few people benefit from the returns, the dividends of Afrobeat. And so when we create platforms like this, we always want to say we've created a product that is going to solve our problem. So the first question is, who is this platform for? What are the categories of the independents you're looking for that you're hoping will benefit from this? Because 98% of the people who play in the music industry fall in another category of independent artists. So I would want to know, that will help us understand how much of research and understanding you have. Because having been one who has been funding artists in the last 10 years, I understand the problem that we go through. I understand the problems that artists go through when they meet us. I understand the problem in this industry. And so I would want to understand, because you would not look at me if I was to be an artist funding without a label. And I'm independent. I have the money to fund myself. That makes me independent. Then there's another artist who doesn't have the money to fund himself. He's still independent, right? So this platform, because I heard about marketing, I heard all these things. So when we are building a product, we need to start looking at how do we solve the major problem we are having, not the few that will project it to be like it's working, And then the rest of the population in the industry are still struggling to find their feet. And that's where switching costs come in. So why would I leave Spotify to jump here or any other competitor or perceived competitor if your product has not been able to solve my problem? So I need to know that just so that I can also share with my community, share with people, and understand what you're building. Probably you said it before I came in, but with what I've been hearing, it looks like another flip of the book, same book, but different design that we are seeing. So I want to hear.
Can you quickly respond to that, please?
Quickly. I think one thing that resonated, that really stood out strong is funding. This is what we're talking about when you talk about independent artists who are not able to create because they don't have enough funding, right? MTN is not going to be funding the industry, saying, independent artists, this is 5 billion naira, let's share it amongst all of you, create content and bring. No, that's not what we are here. That's not what we are doing. What we are doing is trapping that value that independent artists are not able to tap into, trapping it within this ecosystem, within this country, and distributing it fairly. Right? This is what MTN is coming to do. At least at this stage. Maybe along the line we start commissioning and all of that, but at this point we are not going to be giving away checks and funding creative industry.
Okay, so I think you didn't get it. Okay. So when you say trapping the value, that's why I asked that.
Okay. So
the value you're trapping,
yeah.
How are you going to filter the value? Because you're building a system, and then every other person comes into the system, and they get to probably upload their music, right? Or put up their product for consumption. You have, I hope you know by data, that more than 100 million of young Nigerians are in this industry. Now, you have all these people hearing that we have something indigenous, good market, looks very potent. How would you trap it that guy in Kano, I started my journey as a music officer in a radio station in Kano. I know the kind of potential in Kano. And the guy in Lagos who has access to Dr. Tones, that can run certain campaigns that you will see, pull up some maybe 20 million on one ad and you're seeing it. The ratio of the exposure is not the same. You want to trap the value and make sure the world sees it. There's somebody who doesn't have access to me or other persons on your platform. How would you filter it to pick this value and push it? Because of course, I believe that it's not just going to be like, let's say Facebook, you put your product and then you keep running campaign. There should be certain things that your platform gets to do for creators, probably where people get exposure. I want to believe that. I don't know. So how would you trap that guy? That's what I'm saying. Those independents, those guys that don't have that access to push, to funding, but on the platform, for them to benefit. And not just see Wizkid, Davido, or other artists that are just coming every time you come on the platform. When it comes to platformization, your own now, how would you do that? Because that's the problem we have with all these guys. Selective few, dominating, making it look like we are all winning. But in real sense, I, for example, I'm losing. I'm an investor. I don't care about anybody who thinks that this, So how do we do that? That's the concern for me.
Okay. I wouldn't claim to have an elaborate answer that will address your concerns, but I quite understand where you're coming from.
What I would suggest, Doc, is that some of these conversations, we can discuss them during lunch. Okay. Yes, so because we are running out of time, I will just take briefly from Daniel, and we'll switch over, please. Okay. Thank you.
Let me.
Okay.
Let me just round. I won't make it too long. But when I was referring to value, I made an example. Even if it's a big, you see, the thing is that an A-list artist will always make more money than a C-list artist. Hence the segmentation. That is just the reality. There's nothing anybody can do about that. No matter how much funding you give to that artist, if it's an E-list. But what we are putting together in terms of trapping that value, and I made a very, very clear example. 1 million streams on Spotify, probably that's where you're playing. You get $500. On a caller tune, for example, today, if you have 1 million downloads, you make 50 million naira. The math doesn't lie, right? And this is what I mean by trapping that value. And if you can do that with CRBT, for example, you make a lot more money. You know what that money does? If it's shared fairly, is that it actually now funds that creative artist or your business because you are the investor in the creative industry. I don't know if that makes sense. But we'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're wrapping up this session, but I just want to say something. I think one of the things that has not happened here is I don't think we have the likes of the Spotify's and the rest of them here. MTN Nigeria is Nigerian. We have had fights in the past. I have personally had issues concerning my content with MTN. They have not been perfect, but they are back. And one of the greatest positive signs we're seeing is the fact that they are no longer using middlemen. They want to come directly to the stakeholders, which is good. And I think at this point we should, I don't know, I'm talking for myself, we should give them a benefit of doubt. We should give them a benefit of doubt. We've all been hurt by MTN, one way or the other, in the past. But it doesn't mean we should throw them away. We have concerns, and we will continue to have conversations concerning these concerns to just make it better. So after this, whatever other issues we have, they are here. Mr. Phil is here. We are going to have extended conversations and see how we can bring everybody to the table. I think this is an extension of the first conversation we've had. So you can see that there's still a lot more, that needs to be done. And we believe that whatever steps we're taking is just going to get better. But MTN Nigeria is Nigerian, and we must make it better because it is us serving us right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. For sure, any final?
Yes, just to say I really, really appreciate the very, very open and frank and honest feedback. And we encourage this to as much as possible. We are not afraid to be told how bad we are. I mean, we get that on social media every day anyway. So it's not a problem. But what is different now is that we're not just, shoving the feedback away or ignoring the feedback. We're actually taking that feedback and doing something about it. This is what is the difference between. So we're not just going to throw in one platform just like Spotify and all that's sitting in Cupertino or anything and then, generate money and distribute our code as much as we want. No, that's not it. As said by every other stakeholder, at least in this room, we are not using middlemen, which is one major mistake we made in the past. Perhaps those were the people that were rude to you. I'm sorry again about that, but we acknowledge the mistake and we're doing something about it. We are working directly with the industry, and not just the labels. Now we are talking about other industry stakeholders, from the IP, publishing, in government agencies and all of that. We are not doing this blindly anymore. And this is just to ensure that whatever we create, from a governance perspective, to your point, even if I leave here today, the guardrails are the governance. And we have the stakeholders there to ensure that those guardrails are followed. So thank you all.
Please, can we, So, Funshaw, please, I hope you are not going.
No, I'm here.
Exactly. Please, because the meeting hasn't ended. The truth is that some of you, I think Foza and few of us we know how deep my fight with MTN was. It even went to criminal action. Yes. Yeah, it went to criminal action. But today, we are collaborating. Today, they are reaching out, asking the right questions. And like Michael said, they are a Nigerian company. And you see Foza, you see Optimist, you see everybody here, they got their eyes on you. So, better make us happy. And please put your hand together for Funshaw again. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Okay, please, we'll have a, before we go on a short break, I want to bring in the CEO of Loli, one of our partners and someone who is also building something incredible. Just for 5 minutes to just say hi and just let us know briefly what Loli is all about. Please, can we put our hand together for Demilade Adeosu? Oh, it's Olaosu. Oh, sorry. You see, Michael, are you fumbling my hand? Sir, sorry, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right, it's a very fantastic session today. I'm glad to have seen my NTN family. We've had very many years of different conversations in the music industry where we've spoken about things that have been done right, things that could have been done better, and what the future holds. One area that we keep forgetting to address, and when the conversation around numbers and data has come up for Nigerian music and consumption, we look at foreign numbers and benchmark them against what's going on in Nigeria, and we expect that our Nigerian numbers will compete with international numbers. Right? Thank you. Now, it's a very critical problem that we're dealing with in Nigeria regarding the consumption of entertainment content, because ultimately, entertainment content is a luxury, right? It is only someone that has eaten properly that would pay a subscription for a music streaming platform. So if you don't have passive income, or if you don't have access to credit system, we did a very, very quick research, and we found that when people talk about coming into Nigeria, they say it's a country of 200 million people. But we're a country of, say, between 2 to 5 million actual purchasing people. So every company comes into the country and they get a rude shock, because whatever projections you had, you see that your numbers fall short of that. And it's quite literally a miracle for companies like MTN that have now been able to gather together 85 million Nigerians that patronize our service. Perhaps one of the companies in Nigeria that is present in every household. Now, that extent of reach, that extent of influence must now be able to translate into something for us. The music industry in Nigeria is defined by platforms that are not Nigerian, that are not even African. They weren't built with our realities in mind. So it's critical for us to begin to identify the things that matter to us. Now, we've said 1 million streams on Spotify for $500 in USD. Now, MTN says we can give you that same 1 million for 50 million naira. I'm telling you that on Luli, by the time we reach our full potential, if you get 1 million people in your closed user group as an artist, you'll be doing about 2.1 billion in subscription every month. And what that means is that there is a very critical element of society that we're currently living on the table, and which is what forums like this is for. Last year alone, about $400 million was spent on digital advertising in Nigeria. And when I say digital advertising, I don't mean music marketing, because music marketing is different, from just general brand and product advertising. But of that $400 million, about 85% of it was taken out of the country, right? Because Facebook, Google, all these other platforms. Now, we have a Malay in Nigeria. We're always critical of local platforms, and then we give a pass to global platforms that don't even serve our interests. At the beginning of this year, a magazine called Rema a One It Wonder, right? And it's not their fault. It's based on whatever the data that they have based on their own platforms. But we know in Nigeria that is a superstar to us, right? So what we've done in Luli is to say that if right now, if I ask you in this room and I say that how many paying subscribers do you think Apple or Netflix has in Nigeria? For Netflix, somebody will probably tell me 10 million or 5 million or something. I'll tell you Netflix has less than 200,000 paying subscribers in Nigeria. Apple has less than 200,000 paying subscribers. Go figure. And then we expect these guys to come bring monies into the country. However, there is a particular aspect of our economic outreach that is taken out of the country, which is this $400 million. If you do the maths in Naira, you can't even begin to think about it. But imagine a scenario where I'm able to redirect some of this advertising spend, and it goes directly into the hands of Nigerians. Now, so you bring your ad, you put a 500K budget behind it, we take our platform charge, and the rest is distributed per view to everybody that comes to watch it. Now, once you've earned it, it goes into your wallet on the platform. From there, you can pay your subscription for your music streaming platform. You can buy food, you can buy data. Ultimately, if we don't sort out passive income and access to data, people won't patronize music and it won't pay. It is easy for us to say, I did 1 million streams in Nigeria and it's $500. What is your subscription rate for that music streaming platform? In Nigeria right now, I think we're paying about $4,900 for Apple, if it's up to that. And if you're in the US, it's about $18. If you do the math, it doesn't even begin to add up. Yet, of that same number, we have less than 2 million people that can pay for the service. But if we're able to bring together, even if it is 30 to 40% of this $400 million from general advertising, and then we now pick this aspect from music marketing. Because right now, you see a musician want to release a music, he'll do a budget, and then they will do, say, $10,000 budget for illegal stream farms, right? Where people will come, there are cartels in Brazil, in China, that they would have thousands of phones on walls, right? You pay them as an artist, they give you views that they are just automated. So you come out and you say, I have 1 million streams on YouTube, I have 1 million streams on this platform, and they're all bots, right? But here we have a platform that has BVN verified users, because that's how we verify our users, right? In 3 hours of launch, we accumulated about 10,000 subscribers. In 72 hours, we were at 30,000. Now we're at almost 200,000 subscribers on Luli. Because people know that when they come, each video that they watch, they earn from it. And we've now done a feature on Luli that's called the MMP, where your views now accumulate to your YouTube. So you literally can trigger your algorithm for your YouTube, for your Spotify, for your Audio Mac, for your Instagram, for your TikTok. What I'm going to do now, just to show you a little bit of what we have, who is in charge of this, please? Chief, can I do like what's this mirror screening? Yeah, on the TV. Yes. Yeah, just to show the TV. Essentially, I was going to show you, but even if I can't show you because of the technical details, go on our website www.luli.com. Oh, and I think we also have to be on the same Wi-Fi network actually. Yeah, we have to be on the same Wi-Fi, but no worries. You guys can please check it. But essentially, what we've done is that if you put, let's say you put 1 million on your video on Luli, for example, after we've taken 30%, right, and taxes and whatever brokerage commission, you can then say, for example, that I want people that would watch this video to do 10 Naira per watch. Now, once they do the 10 Naira, your view from Luli counts to whatever platform you picked the link from. So if it's your YouTube, you literally can have a guaranteed 60,000 views from BVN verified watchers on Luli. Now, the only way for this to be, thank you very much for that. The only way for this to be successful is if we continue to get a pipeline of advertising. And right now, for example, I know that my good guys at MTN, they have an inventory of third-party adverts that they carry that runs into the billions, right? Now, imagine that, and we are in conversations with them, and they've been very, very encouraging, which is why I keep saying that it is important for local practitioners to begin to collaborate to develop platforms and solutions that can help us build the country. Because with the feature that we're coming in, that I said is the circle, I'm paying people for watching your music videos, right? You would have taken these monies to do promotions on TikTok, on Instagram, hoping for virality. You don't get it. But on Luli, you get it and you get these streams directly to other platforms that you're trying to build your numbers. Once you've done this, imagine that at the beginning of the month, you can now start to accumulate the people that you call your members of your inner circle. Now, there are people that, artists that have created songs, maybe 1,500 songs in their hard drives that they've never released, they've never played. Imagine a platform where people can now come and listen to unreleased music that can't be copied, that can't be shared, that can't be distributed. 1,500 unreleased music because they paid 3,000 naira every month to be members of your inner circle. From that 3,000 naira, don't forget, it is monies they've earned watching different contents that we've served them. Now, I'm talking to Prime, for example. Prime doesn't have up to 1 million subscribers in Nigeria. That's after almost 1 billion, right, in spend in content acquisition across Africa. In Nigeria, they must have done nothing less than $300 to $400 million, right, for content acquisition. Imagine that I tell Prime, I tell them that if you collaborate with Luli, all my users, because if I can get 30,000 users in 24 hours, it means that if I continue on this same trajectory, I can do 5 million in 5 years, right? I can do 100 million in 10 years. If I tell Prime and I tell them that for every subscriber, I would make sure that they register to your platform, right? I'll make sure they register to your platform and it's automatic subscription at the beginning of the month. That means that I can tell Prime, if I have 100 million users, you will have 100 million paying subscribers. And that's the only way we can begin to give power to what the ecosystem it is that we're building. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Demilade is still around, so please, if you want more information about Luli, please, during the networking break, we don't call it tea break, we say networking break, so that we can stretch our legs and talk to one another. Finally, before we go on that 15 minutes break, our partner from FCMB just want to say something in 60 seconds. Nina, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
FCMB, yes, who said FCMB?
They are surprised you are here.
Why are you surprised? My name is Nana Jacob Ugogo. I'm the group head for She Ventures, which is a gender desk and the impact segment, and that is health, education, and the creative industries. So as a bank, we have recognized the importance of the creative industry, and it's a space that we are playing in, albeit not fully yet. One of the things that we're doing right now is just to sort of understand the space more. It's a space that has a huge potential, as all of you here, have heard. But it's also a space, unfortunately, that most bankers do not understand, and that's why we don't have a lot of products for that space. But FCMB has decided to change that trend. So, thank you very much.
Look at the way Fosa is looking at you.
In fact, do you know, before I came here, I wanted to borrow your ammo because I see a very strong man. It's not FCMB.
Okay. Thank you, Nena. Nena is still around. Please, can we put our hands together for her? I think Nena has been engaging Michael and I since we met. The DG was actually at that Business Day Creative Summit, and we've been talking on how FCMB can actually be part of the ecosystem. But from everything we've said this morning, there's a trust deficit. There's a huge trust deficit, and transparency is key in going to the next stage, and that's why we are here. And part of the outcome will be, at the end of the day, some of those wrongs will be made right. Thank you very much. Enjoy your networking and enjoy this small refreshment we have. We're back here in 15 minutes for the round table. Thank you. Hold on. Please. Hold on, sir. Please hold on. It will be a blunder if I don't. Uncle Eddie, just hold on, please. Yes. It will be a big blunder if I don't introduce this gentleman. Today, I'm surprised he's even wearing trousers. I've never seen him wear trousers before. I was even telling my friends that he does not wear trousers. You are cold. I'm surprised he's wearing trousers today. Please put your hand together for Eddie Lawani, one of the biggest live event managers in Nigeria and across Africa. Thank you, sir, for blessing us with your presence. He's still around. Enjoy your tea. Thank you. We are back in 15 minutes, please.
It's legendary beats.
yeah, we just wanted that respect. Next, so many steps up the ladder of success. So many tests in this jungle where we stay. So many dreamers trying to make a way. So many men trying to make another leg. But kinda like kid guys, shoot them out of play. Rap about the dopest, how to keep focused. So them all die within my dreams like Joseph. But I was wild on the road for the moments. And every time I cheated, death was a bonus. But I felt great, felt great. And my mistakes could be viewed another way. Like God had a plan, it's the sweetest kind of jam. So I dance as I claim all my blessings in advance. Like, on SDC record, I'm flexing on SDC record. By the hit 21, savage lifestyle, you was done it gone. Fine, done it gone. Yeah, I feel fast. But we won't stop first, surely come fast. All the more shots, take chance. You got one life, but no stress. Me, I do I get girls from so they be pulling my shoe. So much money. Girl, don't tell me. You can't find me. Yeah, like
make the palm wine.
Classic.
Now working with the SDC.
Show them camp on my yes.
Cruise up the AS Dada. Give me room stop. Steadily causing problems. Don't for wahala. Don't for wahala. Don't for wahala. Don't for wahala. Make it. Shut down for me. Start to control it, money. Start to jolly. Start to control it, body. Start to jolly. Start to control it, money. Don't for wahala. Don't for wahala. Don't for wahala.
Bad babes, how say they won't roll. Palm wine popping was the dress code. Love is overrated, the fair streets. Spend the whole December living carefree. Cold nights, hold tight.
Fresh, let's see what's up, how do you feel?
Can we start coming in?
Fresh,
our 15 minutes is. You can bring in your food or your snacks.
Fresh, Lucy, how do you feel? Swagalama, hey, Swagalama. Baby, you feel like I don't feel like I'm in love. She tell me what about it. But me use the body. You call me, swag me, so shit. You know, I'm impatient. I get them off issue. I'm gonna give me breath. I'll learn in a hospital. Baby, push it sex. Too bad, baby, stop it. Baby, stop it. Come on, hug it. But you promise you come and stop it. I'll fuck with you. Fresh, mama. I don't see your set, oh mama. Carry you for head, oh mama. Fresh, oh mama. Let's see for you, oh mama. You need me for step, oh mama. Oh baby, no, I didn't know where you go. So I got no money, I didn't know where you go. Baby, it's fresh, oh mama. I don't see your set, oh mama. Carry you for head, oh mama. Suppose I'm give me cooler. No man, let's go back. Everything is hallelujah. Me and my girls in the car like a door. Treating every day, I know ya. You can't wait to see me moving on the beat. You're my fire. Press play, damn, I want to be. Inflation, I'm the price they want. If you're starving, gone. I'm that girl they wanna be. When I never wait for anybody. You know I ain't just anybody. My body feel like I'm not falling order. If I tell you, you can't wait to see me moving on the beat. You're my fire. Press play, then I want to be. Inflation, I'm the price they want. If you're starving, I'm that girl they wanna be. When I
We're waiting for the 1, 2, 3, 4 to get their snacks so that we can start.
baby, do you love me? Do you want me? Do you dance all on my body? Don't worry, go crazy, yeah. Slay, 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 slay. One and Swagaloma is a banger, you already know. Too many girls so for my palo. Eleganza, I see the go. Amanda, done the show. Give me your high notes, one the go. Amanda, done the show. Atlanta, we go. Slay, 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 slay. On to the next. Oh my baby now, on to the next. She fuck with the best. Oh my baby girl, show that finesse. Oh my baby girl, show that finesse. Girl, you sweet like sugar. I don't represent for your this fun clever. I do my bouquet. Everybody get out the way. She's slick and her body is kiss. I live for cool when I get lit. Bad bitches in me when I get rich.
Leave keys.
For life, it's easy sport. Every day now I believe with a shameful decor. I put on visitor. Overstay my welcome, but I for chop fully so. Chop fully so. Even my mama join, my grandma join, my papa join, but my shima comes first.
All right. Thank you for managing our snack. And thank you. I hope you met somebody, you spoke to someone, you connected with someone. No, she's around. Yeah. So please, we are going into Roundtable session 3. Yesterday was indeed intense. We do hope that you will bring on the energy. So today, hello, are we together? In the next 1 hour, we'll be exploring this topic: industrialized streaming fraud. One house, please. One house, please. Industrialized streaming fraud, that's bot farms, and its impact on data integrity, revenue distribution, and market trust. Trust is here again because really that's a huge deficit in the Nigerian music industry. So to moderate this session, she's one of the Amazons, you know. You don't joke with her, don't joke with her likes. Yes, can we be seated so that you will know this person? Okay, so the person I want to introduce is someone who helps creatives, investors, companies, and institutions build sustainable businesses in Africa, music, film, dance, and creative industries. She's more like a bridge legal advisor, even licensing, distribution, and business strategy. She's the head of music and licensing business, Africa at Ndondo. I think right now that's the biggest streaming service of African descent, yes. So Please, let's put our hand together. She will be moderating this session. Let's welcome Amanda Uzo Agba. She's a lawyer. And don't joke with her. Is she not beautiful? Sparkling. Hey. Hey.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chinedu, for that introduction, and thank you to Mr. Michael as well. Hi, everyone. So this section I'm moderating. I'm basically going to be asking questions, and if you know, as lawyers, we enjoy asking questions, so I should have a few time. But basically, like he said, the topic that we're discussing today is industrialized streaming fraud, data integrity, revenue distribution, and market trust. So I'm just going to start with an icebreaker question. Please, I need everyone to be very interactive during this section. So the question I'm going to start with is, whenever you hear an announcement about a song or a chart or saying that this song has hit 1 million stream or 5 million stream, how many of you believe it face value that this is true? You believe it face value? So just one person in the entire room. 2 from some artists. So only 2 people. So that means the rest of you believe it's stream farming. It's PR. No, I mean like legitimate charts. Do you get like legitimate sources that are saying that, okay, exactly, and saying that this is #1 charting song, or this has grossed 10 million views or 10 million plays? Only 2 people in the entire room believes that this is actually true. Okay. If it's coming from anyone, what do you think? So you think that sorry, is there an extra mic? Yes. Okay. Kim, he was.
On social media to just get everybody to listen to the music. It might not just be that the artist has that number of views, so anything can happen. But if it's coming from a reliable source,
so you think a reliable source cannot, you can hold it for now, you think a reliable source cannot announce numbers that have been influenced by stream farming?
well, I would believe for a reliable source, for them to be reliable, it means they have the data, they've gone through it, they understand the data before they come out to give us an information. Because if you don't do your due diligence, then nobody's going to trust you in the first place. For you to be there, it means you have your work done, you can do it appropriately, and then people can trust you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anyone have any different opinion or want to add something to what he just said? Anyone? Okay, so I think, okay, he does. Hi. Sorry, excuse me. Someone. Sorry, can you be my mic guy through this section? Thank you.
So I think today's numbers are actually more trustworthy than they were in the past. I think a lot of the numbers that we've been working with in the past, in the physical age, the analog age, was also screwed up. I remember when I was in my teens, I used to work at a record store. And I remember when we had some of the big campaigns with some of the biggest bands coming out, and they had pushed for weeks and for months even before release date. And the record stores had to buy upfront with no chance of buying back. So if there was short demand, you would buy everything, and with a clause that said you couldn't return them. And so the record stores that I used to work with, we would buy in like heavy volumes for the ones that we thought would be top hits. And we would buy them in on Monday. On Tuesday, the charts came out. And on Tuesday, on the same day, the charts came out on Monday. We were allowed to release on Monday. And so the song or the album was already #1, and no single store had sold one single album because everyone knew that it was considered a sale because we couldn't return them. But no audience had ever bought any or purchased anything. So I think, numbers have always been, difficult.
Yeah. Okay, he has something to add.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Anthony. What I think is there are streaming farms, all well and good, and it's something that the industry has for a long time now tried to curb. I think was it this year or last year? Sorry, we all heard when Spotify cracked down on some streaming numbers on their platform, and the big artists as well, as I mentioned. That's why I said initially that some artists, when they release their numbers, I can believe that yes, that person sold sold millions of sales on millions of sales and all. But for some other artists, sometimes you can just see some numbers on Apple Music and be like, how did this person get there? This person have so the questions are always there. But when it comes to it differs. Some artists do that, or some labels do that, or companies do that, just to boost numbers and sales for different reasons. And as well, we also saw that it touched the bigger artists as well, meaning that the bigger artists also do these things. Maybe not them, but I mean, their labels and their majors do that. Yeah.
Okay. Go on.
Good afternoon, everyone. What I want to say is that technology is much more transparent and has advanced now. So it's so much easier to be able to identify when they say a music has streamed 200 views, 1 million views. I will not doubt it, except I have a reason to. So I believe it because it's so transparent. It's easy to number these views, except someone somewhere is trying to doctor something and be fraudulent. But I think I believe when they say a particular music has netted so much views.
Okay, so I think one thing everyone is going to agree with is that the numbers have gotten better or rather defining the numbers and trusting the numbers has gotten better over the years because of tech and more transparency and being able to define what the data looks like. But don't you think same way the stream farming has also gotten smarter? So that way, let's come down and define now, what do you understand as industrialized stream farming? Because everyone off the top of their head thinks stream farming is probably just paying for bots. But in your own opinion now, what do you think, if you could paint a picture as to what industrialized stream farming looks like in Lagos, in South Africa, in Kenya, wherever across Africa, what picture comes to mind?
I think what comes to mind immediately is there are industries, or streaming bots is now an industry, whether we like it or not, that people and labels operate in to jack up numbers for commercial reasons. And that happens, in real time as we even speak today. So.
Okay, does anyone want to attempt breaking it down? I need a very descriptive,
okay, so I think it's
what that
basically
looks like.
Instead of phones and streaming a particular song over and over again, just for the purpose of that same, as I said earlier, jacking up the numbers and placing higher on streaming platforms. So those things go on over and over again. So that's what it is basically, and
does anyone else want to add to what he said? Him and her.
Thank you very much. So I think the relevant question is why are stream farming industrialized? So this is because I'm seeing it from the angle of PRO and marketing, right? So you have a situation where, prior to the release of an album or an EP, let's say the hype is there, the stage is set, and then after the album is released, you have to do something. You have to do something to put an artist out there as, as a leader, or where we have, the social media conversation regarding the GOAT debate, and all of that. So it's industrialized because these artists, they really want the fan bases to look at them in a certain way as, leaders of music leaders, and, setting the GOAT debate score. So when I say GOAT debate, I'm talking of, for people that might not understand, the very best, the greatest hip-hop artists, or as the case may be, we've seen this with Drake and Kendrick. So stream farming is essential, in the music industry, because some of the big artists benefit from it. And they benefit from it because not necessarily coming from the financial angle. They benefit from it because they can create a narrative from themselves to say, okay, this album had the highest number of streams in this year, that year, which means, I'm clear of every other person. So that's the PRO and the marketing side of it. So that's why it can be industrialized, and then these companies or corporations can benefit, from industrializing it.
Okay, thank you. Do you still want to before you?
So I wanted to speak on what stream farming is and why it's a thing, why it's a whole industry now. I'll start by giving a backstory of when I got to see an example of stream farming. I was trying to upload my mom's song. I uploaded her song, like she had sang it like before streaming was a thing and all, it wasn't discs. So I uploaded it, and at that point I was seeing how could this become better, what do I need to do and all. So I started seeing ads from companies or stream farm industries advertising that they could give me 100,000 streams for this amount of money and all. Then at some point, the song, obviously this song is not known, so it's only being played by someone I sent it to directly. So at some point I was seeing 100 streams, 200 streams from where I checked the analytics, and it was from a cafe somewhere in Germany. How come? So these stream farms, they operate in different ways. They could use different human beings, streaming the song over and over, or bots. We have VPNs now that could change the location of where the IP address of a computer system is, so things like that. And this, the reason for this is not just for the numbers or 100,000 streams. It's because of the PR it gives. It's because of the endorsements they can get. It's basically a big deal for an artist to get this number of streams or have their song on a particular playlist. So a lot of artists and labels and all that key into it because of that reason.
Him, you, then there.
Yeah, I think she's sort of like touched on what I wanted to, but I'll just say discovery. As there's a particular label, that has sort of mastered the act. And then you find that some of their artists have trended for going to shows, and then you find that they barely have real fans that would turn up for those shows. But guess what? They're chatting, like back to back. And you find that if you check unknown artists from the street that they've blown, you can't count. And then you keep wondering how were they able to get all of these guys to be like top 10, top 20? And the interesting thing is when I'll say the top 20 for the charts, for the people who listen to charts on these streaming platforms, most times gets the attention. People don't really go listening to songs that are beyond top 20. We don't even have that much time and attention span. You want to know what's in the top 10. And so because of discoverability, a lot of labels have basically looked into the stream farm thing to get their artists into those charts. And what better way to get them into those charts than when the numbers are running like haywire per second. You find that in like 2 days they're already in like top 50, and then by 1 week you're looking at this guy, what's he doing in top 20? And the thing is, once he's there and people can keep listening to him, you find that he organically now becomes discoverable to even real followers if the music is good. So I think that's one of the reasons why we've industrialized, stream farming.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're saying that fake it till you make it, and in this current age that we are, people don't want to associate with something that is not, doing pretty well. So if I can come here and like everybody subscribe to my YouTube channel, not everybody really want to subscribe because not everybody like the way I speak, not everybody like what I'm doing. But I ended up saying that just subscribe. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? It's more or less like, farming also, you get. So getting to the streaming platform also, sometimes, we have good and the bad, but as, they said, for the payout sometimes it's necessary, but it now depends the way you end up doing it, if it is both or if it is actual being. If it is actual being that you're trying to like get the number, sometimes the label are spending, millions to just promote a song. And when they see the song is topping, people will like, who is this person? And the question, who is this person? You go to the stream, you also stream. Then the second person also end up streaming, third person, fourth person. Before you know, you already gain fans, and especially if the person's song is, good. Not all good songs are everywhere now because people don't care. No matter how good you are, probably if times can come back to this age, you might not have, get to that stage, but you get, because this stage now, everybody are moving into the entertainment industry. Everybody want to drop out from school to do music. Everybody want to just do music, Who are you? Even if your voice is good, not good. And with that, people want to get to the top. So I just feel if label want to also do, there's a way it can be done, which will also be probably the industrialization, making it in a very, better way without using, and at the end, if you do it rightly, you won't be flagged. But when you now get to the top, you fake it. Then when you make it, you don't need to fake it again. Yeah.
But sometimes the faking doesn't stop.
I just want to say, many of the streaming services are getting a lot better in penalizing or discovering and penalizing stream farming. And it does have severe consequences when you do. So, and both on individual tracks, but also on playlists. So I think, I think artists and managers are becoming more and more aware of the risks associated with it.
All right, thank you. So I think we've identified the different types of forms of stream farming. I think through conversations, there's the bots, and then there's the companies that are providing these services, and there's the gray area of the human beings. But the truth about it is that the same way tech is advancing for people to do this, tech is also advancing for DSPs to catch up. So we have the likes of Spotify that already has like very dear consequences to when your accounts are flagged, and then you probably lose the entire account or lose that streaming or be banned from the account, same as in Dundo, your account will be taken down immediately. Like once you just, there are different ways that we can find out that this is going on. But we've identified also the reason why people are doing this, and I get it. But the discover part is now where the legitimate source of pushing and amplifying your music comes in. The playlisting, every other activities and promotional tools that the platforms has available to make it work for you. So I just want to take us through another part. We've identified the reason why people are doing this. What do we think the repercussion is to our market? Because now the data, I asked what you think when you see this, and we had a divided room. Some people believe, and some people don't believe. So there's a problem with data integrity and market integrity. And if you can't trust data, investors coming in. Now this is just one. I'm going to throw it open to everyone. When you think about it now and look at this from the angle of, okay, this is going on and this is not right, what comes to mind as possible repercussions to this, as to the industry as a whole, not the artists now, what it does to the industry?
So my opinion is, for example, as unfortunately Nigerian creatives are being dropped from certain remote jobs, this can affect investors or even people or record labels coming into Nigeria. So they'll be like, oh, this is a constant thing in this country. I don't think these people can be trusted. So it can affect probably the individual. it can affect the market as a whole, and it can affect like the country's name in respective. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hello again. So I think the repercussion basically touches down on the local artists, those that we would not hear just because the bigger artists who all have the resources to pay for bots and playlisting, which pushes those other lower grade artists down, and they're not discovered as they're supposed to. I think that's the real pain from streaming farming and streaming bots to me. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Kim, please. Then you.
Okay, so I'm just going to list out one, and I would say that with respect to catalog valuation. So why am I saying this? We all know that in valuating an artist catalog, that in terms of IP, streaming is one of those things that are used to evaluate an artist catalog. The streaming numbers, and of course, the streaming numbers of an artist would mean maybe of the artist catalog, the artist albums and songs and whatever you have would be one of the things that will be looked at in evaluating the artist catalog. So if investors, because we know investors actually run the industry. So if investors look at our industry and see that we farm numbers, it's going to, make them to take a step back and say, no, I'm not sure there's that legitimacy, because it's all about transparency. And if we cannot have our artists with catalogs that are actually, transparent and viable, then it's going to be a problem for the industry in general, because it might, to simplify what I've said so far, it might chase our investors. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Kim.
Hello, everyone. So I feel like one of the effects of stream farming is that it creates a sort of imbalance in how artists earn. Because if you are looking at the pro rata method of distribution of royalties, where income from subscription fees to streaming platforms are put in one pool, and each artist gets a share of each income or resources depending on the number of streams. So we are comparing like 20,000 streams between two artists. So a 20,000 stream from an artist that his fans streamed his music organically would create a sort of imbalance from when the 20,000 stream comes from stream farming. So it creates a kind of imbalance in how artists earn their songs. So it would be like an unfair game whereby an artist that does not have the money or the means to stream farm is making as much money as someone who is gaming the system and also trying to like cheat the system. So that's my opinion.
Thank you.
So I want to wheel back to what she said, because one of the things, like you can easily come online and say, okay, I've done 1 million streams. Then when they go to check the statistics, then you are seeing, okay, that you did 1 million streams, then 200K from Canada. Then people are like, okay, this Canada, that means I have fans there. And then investors now are saying, okay, I can put money to this artist. And now I want to host a show in Canada because we believe that you have fans or people in Canada and nobody's buying your tickets. So it will cost like a rapport now. The trust will start to reduce. So that's one of the problems.
All right, thank you. Him.
Hi, everyone. I also think just generally, when you look at the overall industry, how we'll look from the outside in, basically. I think when there are a lot of fake streams, it does affect our public perception outside. Because when the IFPI report comes in and is saying that we are growing, right? I do think a lot of times those numbers are quite deceiving because it's only a few artists that have all those numbers. and the other artists are sharing a little chunk of those streams. And what's for me, how I see it is there is a false image of how much our industry is growing. That has always been my own opinion, right? Because is Davido, is Stems, these are the guys that are doing those numbers. The rest of the artists are not hitting as much numbers as you think. Now, when we're stream farming, we give ourselves a false sense of progress sometimes, which does not exist, right? Because when it's now time to sit on those tables with, for example, the South African market, right? We don't make as much, South Africa doesn't make as much music as we do, right? In terms of music that goes out. But their industry is quite more valuable than ours is, right? Why? Because there's not as much of these issues that we have here there. There's not an overrating of how much we're growing, because there are no false numbers that are kind of driving the data around how much have we grown, how much is the Nigerian music industry worth. So the more there are fake streams going on, the more there's a blurring of the lines between where we really are and how much work we need to do, and where everybody, including the fans, think the industry is. So that blurring of the line, I think, is a major problem, because if you're speaking to, again, there's a reason why a lot of the big music labels are leaving Nigeria, coming, leaving. Why? They do know this fact, and the more we do it, the more we chase them away, and they go and set up head offices in South Africa. Why here? Nigeria is literally driving African music in terms of quality of music we're putting out. But the majority of these offices are in South Africa. Why? Because these numbers, they see it and like, this is not making sense. The business is not making sense. So they have to just leave and go elsewhere. And we need to stop it if we want to make sure that our public perception, how the rest of the music industry, now I'm not talking about the music fans, the music industry, the people that see the back end, how they see us.
Thank you. Then you. Sorry. Let me pass to Ms. Linda.
So what I want to say is that it creates a negative perception of artists in that particular region. If it is discovered that the farming is more rampant in a particular region, investors outside will not want to invest in that place because they don't trust the numbers they are seeing. And also, it will drive investors. And when it also comes to royalties payment, they'll be very reluctant to pay royalties to those people. They'll say, these people, all these figures they are posting, they are not real. So they won't get the number of royalties. So ultimately, it will affect the economy of the country or the particular region.
Yeah. After him.
I will say that a lot of people here, we are stakeholders. So the best thing we can advise artists, especially because artists just want to see the number, is that the energy you're going to put in farming, just put it in marketing. If it's to be meeting people, stream my song, it's a form of marketing.
Yeah, but how do you tell them that when you don't have an assurance of converting?
Yeah, the main issue is that we should just let them know, because as you said, the implication is that it affects the real artists, the people that know how to sing. We're saying that Afrobeat is dying, or this is part of the reason, because people that are good, you are not seeing the number, they are not seeing the number. Definitely, it discourages them, and they feel like it's better to go to 9 to 5. So most of the time, what I tell artists is that spend that money in marketing, spend that money on TikTok, spend that money on Instagram ad. Before you know, even if it is one fan, 2 fans, it's good. Instead of having a lot of stream, and it doesn't, turn to fan base. So the best we can advise, even if they feel like I'm not getting the money or the numbers is not there, it's better you build a good core fan base than just building on fake, because not everybody to favor at the end, and at the end it might affect your music career.
All right, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm replying me now. Okay, so yes, my name is Vera Chuku, and I'm going to give a little bit of my resume for the sake of this conversation. I'm a media executive, a broadcaster, and also I own a festival. I'm an ambassador for Lagos State Council for Arts and Culture. And also, I also own a live experience where we have more than 300 creatives gather quarterly to have not just conversations, but to also perform and showcase their talent, based off Silverbird Group were work, right? Now, I think that why I said that is because I want you to know that I'm speaking from a very grounded perspective, and I'm also speaking on behalf of every creative I have come in contact with, and not just come in contact with because I'm also a creative myself. I'm a live performer. I got into this industry with the Super Eagles, doing the theme song for African Cups of Nations, and all of that. But the actual problem here is the fact that it is a full circle problem. And when I hear people say, oh, you know, the artist should stop stream farming, I'm like, advice, they cry. You know, that kind of thing. Because the labels and the investors has caused this problem. And yet the problem they have caused, they have not found a way to even resolve it, but they are creating even more problems for both independent artists and record label artists. Let's not even go to, you know, industry plant. I don't want to go there. I want to even speak about just the creatives and having to stream farm. How do you tell a young, talented artist not to stream farm when a label is saying, I'm not going to sign you because talent is not enough. I need to see your Instagram handle. I need to see your YouTube. I need to see the numbers that you have done first. So why would you advise an artist not to stream farm when the same investor is saying, show me what you have done? So I don't really have anything to say that, oh, this is the ripple effect of stream farming. We are all the problem. By the time record label understand their own part of the problem, then we can start another conversation. Thank you very much.
So I want to start by saying that many people have talked about the problem, right? And that's basically the negative problem we're having. But I actually feel like every negative has positive, right? So we should also look at that.
So there's positive problem.
I'm coming there now. So pre-digital, right? Well, basically before we move into digital platforms, right? I'm talking about late 2000s, right? There was piracy, right? There were companies that were investing in piracy, right? Getting these things available to you on your own platforms, right? And at that point, record labels are very serious about it because they're losing money, right? They are used to selling things, physical CDs. Now we have young people coming, creating platforms, websites, and selling this digitally. So how do they stop this problem? We called it piracy for a long time. But guess what? It took 1 or 2 persons to start the platform, right? We had iTunes, Apple came in fully with their investment, right? And now digital is not the new thing. Stream farming is $1 billion investment, right? There are people that actually invested in this thing, and they're making so much money from it. Now, I think the most important thing to ask ourselves is, why do we have this problem? Why do artists need to stream? Why do people need to like fake it, right, to get numbers? The first thing first is compensation, right? Every platform you know, right, will pay you based on pro rata, which is basically what comes in, right? And if you convert it into a unit, it doesn't make any sense, right? 1 million streams in Nigeria converted like Naira is not making any sense, right? So basically, I think the first problem is this. We need to have an issue whereby we build the infrastructure, right? Now, we have complained a lot, and that's what we do most times, we complain a lot, right? But how do we create a platform whereby the competition structure is different? So we're not talking about you paying me 1 million streams for X Naira. We're talking about you building a community that pays you based on different other variables and metrics. It's not going to be easy, right? But then guess what? We can do it. But the problem we have in this part of the world is that we keep complaining, right? And we expect the Western world to build a product for us now invest in. I want to be investing that we bring our population and that's not how it's going to work, right? And what I said before, and then this whole IFPI report, it took IFPI over 10 years to start talking about Africa. Africa was not even the data a long time ago. Even the South Africa we're talking about now, it's not like South Africa is making so much wave, but then most of the headquarters of music-related companies are in South Africa. So your catalog is going there first before they leave Nigeria, before they leave Africa. So I think the most important thing is that, yes, stream farm is very negative, right? But then let's think about how do we get the problem sorted out. That's the most important thing, because believe it or not, today, tomorrow, next, people will stick to stream farm, right? It's going to be something going on. So how do you tap into that network and now make it legalize it in a way that people can do these things, right, and make money out of it, and then it's not illegal in the sense of the way we're saying it. I don't have the idea in my head yet, right, but I know it's something that we can think about.
Okay, so what you're saying is basically to legalize it. And I hear you, and I think, and I think your issue is similar to what he has already. Okay. So he also pointed out that the root cause too that you identified were reasons that were the reasons that led to it. So Obina, I'm going to ask you the question again. So you answer. I'll give you my mic, don't worry. No, who's hold that one? I'll give you my mic. So the question now is that you lay down a good foundation, which is how piracy was, or rather, the way they saw the iTunes and the not just OK.com and all of those guys that were taking physical copies of music to put online during the pre-digital era before we then fully went into streaming. Do you think that that can happen in stream farming? I know you say you don't have the answer in your head, but for you to think in that angle, that means you've given a bit of thought around it. Do you think that can happen? And do you think, because again, if you're saying, okay, do you think that can happen? And do you think if that happens, people will stop stream farming? That's one. Two, if we build a platform now that, because you mentioned where the money makes sense, the streaming economics generally makes sense, and unit economics makes sense. Do you think if we build that and we tell Nigerians or Africans that 1 million streams mean 1 million naira, stream farming will stop?
All right, like I said before, right? Stream farming is the global industry, right? So basically, I don't think about Nigeria alone, I'm talking about the whole world, right? And when Spotify was talking about stopping stream farming, I don't think they were talking about Nigeria and Africa, right? Obviously. So what I'm basically saying is that it has to be a collaboration, right? It cannot be done by one person. Especially, I know that when this whole digital era started, this whole digital streaming platform started, right? It was a collaboration first, right? Spotify is owned by most of the biggest record labels in the world, right? It's not a fluke. The reason why they're involved is not just because they have the money, they have the music rights, right? What we're talking about now is research and development. We have a lot of companies that do a lot of NGOs, right? Community development, right? But we think about it this way. Why don't we think about building a collaborative force, right? Where we sit down and talk about this thing and find a way to solve it out. Sony Music, Universal Music, Ndondo, 1RPM, all the big players that actually getting affected by this. Because guess what, as a lawyer, I don't really care that much. But if I have a platform that I pay based on stream earnings, right, I'll think about it twice. And I know that it's going to cause a lot of problem for you guys too because of the back end stuff. So what is the problem? Like, what can we just sit together on a roundtable and discuss about it? And if it's a good product, why do you think that other part of the world cannot adopt it or buy into your IP? And that's that thinking I'm talking about, right? We have lived in a country whereby we always consume. And just from the slave trade till now, we just know how to consume, like sell our raw materials and get finished products. We don't want to build anything. We don't build any infrastructure. And we just keep doing that every time. I think I'm just tired of it.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name is Uzo, and I'm an executive at Sony. And they've been saying Sony.
Yeah, so you have to answer.
Right, so I think it's. Can you hear me? Okay, I think it's not a music industry problem. This is a global business industry problem because you would evaluate, if you're going to invest in a business, the first thing you look at the parameters. How long have they run? What are they earning? In the music industry, we look at numbers. Who are your markets, your primary markets? The problem is that every artist wants to be big enough to be seen. There's a process to everything. I know of some young artists that are on the top of my radar, but they're not doing up to 100K on Spotify, right? Because I do these deals, right? But when we see real talent, we know real talent. And executives who are true to their work understand that there's a lot more to grooming than just picking the already ripe fruits. Now, for the creatives, which applies to business too, I mean, if I tell someone here I'm an influencer, the first thing you say is, can I see your Instagram? How many followers you have? They don't care if it's bots or real people. In fact, the society already evaluates you based on the number of people you think you know and you command. So it's not an industry problem. Just that in the music industry, there's a tool that enables that fraudulent activity. Your fall is harder if you skip steps, right? So I think that the primary thing is we need to address is why we know that this is a bad way to being pseudo-popular, right? I think the real conversation is that how can artists basically patiently grow their value? Because if you are doing 1 million streams by stream from when I sign you, what would happen is that in a few months into the deal, I realize that you're just all fraud, and attention would drop. Then you see a lot of people who are signed to major labels but never succeed afterwards, right? So because we also rely on that raw engagement you've built over time. So I think that the conversation is on both sides. While we say labels don't look at numbers, but businesses have to look at numbers because there has to be reasons that we do what we do. Oh, are you doing well? How well do you command your market? Who do you know your market? If you're like this guy, there's this guy, Buff. We all know Buff, right? We all know how good he is, how original Buff is. If I see 1 million streams on Buff's profile, I will not even question it because I can see there's trans-platform engagement on Spotify, on Instagram. When you go across these places, you see the real-time engagements. In fact, the number one way I identify a fraudulent Instagram person is if you have 100K followers and you make a post and you have only 11 comments, then there's a problem there, right? So you really need to watch. So like I said, we look at these numbers, they're great, they bring in front of us, but then we do our due diligence. We need to understand. If you are a Nigerian artist and I see that you have 80% of your stream is in China, there's a problem somewhere, right? Because in fact, there's some regions I hear or I see, China, Japan. How did you get there?
You're singing Chinese.
You understand? And these are markets that are heavily, they pay attention to their own culture. They're very cultural. So if you're breaking this market, there has to be the reason, right? And we ask further questions. So yes, the streaming, farm, and fraudulent activities will definitely put you in the face of executives, but it's actually make you a fool at the end of the day. So I think for the artists, they need to just be patient, walk your craft. There's a girl called Solana who, I've heard of Solana, right? Solana I had a meeting with her the other day. She's raw, she's good, she knows what she's doing. The song that everybody's hearing is about 100 and something K followers and streams, right? But you can tell that this girl she's going somewhere, right? So if such a person has the right force, the right backing, she will do a lot better than someone who just comes out of the ordinary, you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I sort of like I want to I know he sort of like has touched on what she mentioned, which is going back to the foundation. What are the things that are encouraging it? I think in our day and time, yes, there's the need for having a community, having followers, but I would go back to say that right now, there's never been a time when someone has the opportunity to organically grow a following as of today. There's never been a time. There's a guy I follow on Instagram. It's crazy because this guy posts an average of 30 contents a day. Yes. I watch him grow from, he's just a content creator. He wears this 360 camera on his head. And he just lives his life, right? Guess what? He's a music artist. He's a music artist, and as of today, and this is less than 3 weeks, he's moved from less than 10K to give or take 60K followers. He's based in Marbella, Spain. His name is Opianku. He's just a basic guy, lives in a caravan. But he understands something that the basic Nigerian does not want to do. We don't want to get our hands dirty. We don't want to live our reality. We believe in, packaged life. This guy is wearing shorts. He wakes up on the bed with a pot beside him. Do you understand? Now, these are real truths that we have to go back to. Every artist needs to get to a place where, like he's saying, you grow, you understand content from the perspective of, how do I live my life in a way that I can create 20, 30 contents per day? And this has nothing to do with the label, because if you do it and do it well,
right? And then your music is fair. I'm not even saying great. If it's fair, then you get people who constantly engage your content, who discover your content one way or the other, who find you interesting even maybe in your lifestyle, come across your content. Some people might like you because of your hard work, and then they see that this guy is doing music. Oh, let me stream his music. So I will not now necessarily say, oh, the label is the one they are the ones encouraging people to go and they just say, oh, let me use the Yahoo thing that we say. It's Nigeria that is making people to go and do Yahoo. No, it's not Nigeria that is making people to go and do fraud. People do fraud because they are fraudulent. It's just what it is. Like, there are many other people who have that choice, but who decide not to do it. It is a choice. And so we as a people have to collectively reflect on our level of integrity. Is the truth. Nigerians, we do not like it. We don't like to look at our faults in our face. We have dropped a lot of things that are the foundation. Everything we've been saying here is trust. What's the trust value for an average conversation with even your friend? In the past 1 week, you see how many people, this person defrauded me in my business, this person defrauded me in my business. Everybody wants to be blown. Everybody wants to make money without putting in the work. We have to wake up and go back to the roots of being patient. Wow. And that's just...
Wow.
Last person, right? Yeah.
Sorry, my name is Nero. I'm an artist, and also I like the music business. So I think I've been doing this thing for like 2 years, back to back, to understand what's been going on. So the first thing I want to say about music streaming or stream farming is that 2 years ago or 3 years ago, it wasn't a thing. Artists didn't know what stream farming was in Nigeria, like that much. People that are doing it were actually the big leagues of people that actually had access to the connection of stream farming. I've been independent for like 12 to 13 years. I've pushed my music to like 100K streams on Spotify independently. I had a song like that. I didn't do playlists or stream farming. So I'm talking from the context of that. The reason why I'm here is because, one, artists have been misinformed a lot of times. If you're an executive and you work with artists, please encourage them to come for conferences because they don't know what's going on here. I'm an artist. In fact, I call myself an artist because I speak to artists every day. I speak to artists on a daily basis because they come to meet me and ask me that what's going on, how's it been? I've even been to Strand and Brain for their conferences. I know you now, I've met you now twice. So the conversation has been the fact that artists have been misinformed. They don't even know what the music is. They don't feel like once they stream their song, they are blown. They don't know what the work it takes to be an artist. And being an independent artist for 12 years, it's a lot of work. Either you go mad or you call your mother for help. And I've never done both of them. I also do one very soon. So the concept is that misinformation, secondly, is reality and fake life. We need to understand what is reality in the music industry. For example, the economy is not good. An average Nigerian is poor. The average Nigerian can't afford to eat. The artists need to understand that. The artist believes that he's going to buy Lambo. I've met artists that come and tell me that, but don't just the wait and they pray God. And I say, who won't give? Where you going to see him? Because Nigerians haven't eaten. First of all, I talked to marketing plans, and they tell me to my face, I was the one having a meeting yesterday, and said, no, artists need to be realistic. You need to make them be realistic. They're not realistic. Everybody has adjusted to the Nigerian economy except the artist. Everybody, the local marketing man has reduced his price. The gateman understands, but the artist is still asking for more because he feels that he deserves more due to misinformation. So right now, we need to actually tell the artist that this is the reality of life. This is what's going on right now. Street farming is not the way to go because you are wasting investments and you are wasting everybody's time. Because the time they used to spend on you, they want to the real artist that has the community and they'll get their money back. Because right now, I'm trying to build a platform whereby we're not talking about a digital fan base, we're talking about a real fan base. Because the idea is that if I'm artist A and I have 1 million streams, I should be booking you every week for a show. Every week for a show. In Nigeria, I'm not saying abroad, local Ibadan show, Abeokuta show, Benin show, but it's not possible because that's your 1 million streams is not original, it's fake. And with that, the investment is wasted because the economy is still getting bad. Time is money. So every day you're waking up, they're spending money on your career with no inputs back for the investment. So we need to actually understand the artists understand that this is a serious business and it takes time. To build a community takes time. It takes in fact, for you to build a community, I go to church, so I use church as an example. To build church community, you need to tell the person that God is the ultimate. And now, to be a celebrity is not that deep. You can just be naked here and you will build tomorrow. 10 years ago, you need to put in the work to be a celebrity. But now, having this guy just carry his mother's clothes and wear and say, my name is Mama Inene, and everybody's falling in love with that person. So the reality of life is that, one, misinformation. Two, reality of life has to hit that. And the last one is, sorry, I have to write it down. The economy, as I said again, we need to start saying that the economy is bad. You know, the fact you are seeing a Riz, a David, a Bonner buying a Lambo, don't mean say you go buy a Lambo now. You will buy a Lambo if you get the grace. But Nigerian grace shows that the economy is not even available to help you to get that level. So the reason why we're here is because of the fact that people have been giving different stories to believe that they can make it. For example, I think I'm the only artist that's here. And it's crazy. And anytime I go to conferences, I'm reaching one of the most artists that's always been there since 2024. And it's crazy because you are talking about the same people that need to hear this. The people that need to hear this are not here. They don't even know the information that is going on right now. I work with a company called Fuse NG, and our work is to make sure we put ads on media outlets. We have done 100 from last year to this year. So I'm speaking to up to 200 artists from that time to this time. And I can show you that they are misinformed intentionally or intentionally. I don't care. So some people just believe that they must blow by any means necessary. But some people have actually been given the information by somebody. So the goal right now is that if this street farming needs to stop, we need to educate them why this was never an idea in the first place. It was a bad idea in the first place. Streaming came due to the fact that they were in piracy. That's why streaming came. If you go back in history, Apple Music were doing iTunes and they were getting paid. But Napster came and they were having free downloads of music everywhere. And they went crazy. And they had to find a way to make sure they get the money back. So the major goal right now in Nigerian streaming is information. People don't even know what it is and the effect of what they are doing in their career. A lot of people have collected money for fake streaming platform, for having fake streams, and they can't pay the money back. And now you still want to not tell people to still invest more on, doesn't make sense. So the first goal right now for me, as even to artists, is that artists need to be informed on the information. Because if you don't get that information, we'll still wake up tomorrow and artists will come online and say, they don't cheat me. See my streams now, I supposed to get money, where's my money? Then we're having back and forth. So information first, please. Thank you.
Thank you. There was someone there that raised his hand. Danny.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dauntless team. An event planner and I'm an event planner and talent manager. So I have few artists in my hand actually that I'm working with. Some I know them later on, like when I met them. Okay, this is it. There is this particular song that we might all know, but we don't know the artist. Let's say some song like Ikurudu, Agege. Yeah, at that time, I don't know the artist. One thing I would advise is streaming farming can be a platform to rise for them actually, but the physical work needs to be done. Okay, I'm talking about this particular artist. He did the job, going outside there, giving DJs and club owners to play his songs. Now they keep playing his songs. I was in Badagry when I was hearing the song. Like, wow, who is this? I don't even know the person. Like, not until I met him in physical. Like, okay, you are the owner of this song. Oh, that's something. That means he has done the job physically. He is not earning the money on streaming then, but just because DJ mix and all this type of way he can promote his song. Now, but as it is like this, if he's doing anything on Instagram, any little art, there's a new song he did, a drop now. It's trending. Like, it just have to do a little post on it for it to trend. Yeah, he has make his money in music. And whereby we have other artists who has money than him, like that I have. They couldn't get to his own stand to where he's going because, one, they did not have even the background of doing the cheats already, the game of farming or you trying to make people know you. Now, if every one of us here, if we be like, okay, I'm having 100K followers on my Instagram, be like, wow, he's a celebrity. That's what comes in our head already. Now, it now goes more to yourself doing the job itself, like going outside to make people hear you. Now create your community. Now get more physical followers, like not even online though, like even in your local, like we start from this particular song. I got to meet him in Iju, Ishaga. He's not from there. He wasn't born, but because he built out there already, he become citizen of the community. So his catchment first. It started from his catchment. All the clubs and every bars, every event owners in his place. They would definitely want to call him that. Well, this is our celebrity here because the song is going over everywhere. So I think artists and advisors to them, anybody that will be talking to them, is to do the job more, like on the physical, like go to each catchment, also around. Like I know those days then when we would say where whiskey sleep in studio, yeah, like go outside there also for shows. Like artists need to do more of that. Then if one to hears your song, if I call one artist here to sing, yeah, he might. If I tell you go to this place and download my song, you might not want to go and download it. But if he sings the song, one or two person here would definitely want to go and stream the song. So with that, you get real fan base. So I think streaming farming is necessary at this time. Like it's necessary.
I thought you were going on the angle of brick by brick building. How did you come back to stream farming?
No, I'm going somewhere. We need, like, they just try to, they would need to, because if we come outside here and I'm an artist, like, if I go to if I see you up there, what's his name? There are many other artists, like, look, Clever J, let me say somebody like, we might not know him, but if I sing his song, we'll be like, oh, this is the person that sang this particular song. Okay, if you come to his Instagram and you're seeing 400 followers, you'll be like, who is this person? Why would I even waste my time to go and download the song? That means he needs to have done some more of what, because he doesn't know the platform to get the real follower. So, but the way you are doing the more energy you are putting on your farming, the more, because if you wake up tomorrow, you'll be like, yes, I want to get the next followers, more followers, but still, the physical one in your local catchment needs to be done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Foza raised her hands there, Miss Linda. Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that maybe we need to get a clearer understanding of what stream farming is. It's just like, I don't know, maybe I'm trying to see a very simple way of putting it. Falsifying the number of streams you have. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So it's just like falsifying your WAEC result or your JAMB result. Ultimately, you will be caught. So we can't encourage such things. Maybe if you don't understand it, you might not be able to really appreciate it. So I'm thinking maybe if we give it the most basic, this simpler context, it will be able to understand for us.
So thank you for that very direct. Because one of the things I've come to realize is that if you don't show Nigerians the extent of their behavior and the implication, they never get it. It's very interesting, especially in this music industry. So I'll first react to what? Okay, Timmy. I'll first react to Timothy. And I'm not surprised by your position. And I think it's coming from a generational gap problem, right? Because it can almost be likened to what we probably used to do back in the days, where you pay a lot of DJs to put the song on Alaba mix, right? And now tell them, I was a culprit. I mean, I too, the artist asked for it, it's not me, Sha. He said you should pay the DJ. I'm telling you the truth. Pay the DJ. And I remember we used to pay extra 50K then to have the picture on the DJ. And every time I'll tell them, guys, you realize we're throwing money inside the basket. Oh, look it. They know me on the street. So you also have to understand that the factor that makes an artist successful is grand delusion. For a superstar, any superstar, you see it between David Bonner, Wizkid, ask them, they think they can get to the moon. Don't worry, that delusion is there. We can't argue with it. And where's Nero? Which now comes to, okay, Nero. Okay. Please, when he comes back, I'll ask the question. So, for me, stream farming, and I can trace it for you, how we started stream farming. Because I was part of the team that when we were having this piracy problem and everything, I was part of the team that started the conversation of how do we get Nigerians to buy music? And Boomplay came into the market. I remember sitting down with Mr. Michael and convincing him for over 2 weeks, give me your catalog. Don't worry, we'll take it to Boomplay and people will buy the music. Because when we went on the street, we figured out, and this is the economics problem, we figured out that a Nigerian wants to listen to music. But culturally, the mindset is that they feel like they're entitled to the music. And that mindset is from the fact that if you go back to our history, how did music start? Akpala started with after, you know the history of Akpala? Go and read books. The issue of Akpala is that, after the Muslims finish fasting and they come out, one person starts, and they start playing, and they start playing, and they start, everybody will chorus, everybody will sing. In the real terms of legal definition, they're all co-authors. Right? They're all co-authors. So for them, it felt like we are entitled to this music. I'll give you another example. In the Copyright Act, the definition of music production then, how the Copyright Act, the former Copyright Act, was that everybody will come together, live session, and create the music. Now, when my generation came in, it's one guy and one laptop. Right? And I remember when we went to Koson, it took us 2 weeks to explain to Chief Tony Okoroji that, excuse me, sir, the music you were doing back then, where you say saxophone play, guitarist play, one boy is sitting on Fruity Loops and doing everything at once. Before they now understood and said, hey, okay, this application of the law has to change. Now, it's the same way we had to explain to Nigerians that you don't own this music, you're not entitled to it, because in Nigeria, they say, I've already paid for data, why am I paying for streaming? That was the first problem we had to help people understand, that streaming is not even still our culture. And we've not done the duty of educating the audience what streaming actually is. This is what happened. Nigeria came into, damn, we're 5 years behind, jumped to 2020, 30. So now we don't have any infrastructure. We're in 2030 and now we're confused, everything is crumbling. Right? So now we skipped, so you can see the cultural context. Now Boomplay came, Boomplay finally convinced people that, okay, pay for music. Why? Because we found out that we don't want to reach all the Nigerians at first. We want to start with the people that can afford 500 naira. Because what we found out is that the disposable income back then, this was like 10 years ago, was 5,000 naira. That 5,000 naira, you're battling with Igbo, Ashero, alcohol. So you have to ask the guy on the street, why will you take 500 naira to listen to one artist? Right? But mind you, they take that same 500 naira and go and give it to the guy on the street and collect 1,000 songs on a flash. So now that's the disconnect that we had as an industry because we didn't do research, proper research and data. Now, we were paid to do a job. The person sent you, find out how we can make streaming work. It's not, because to do research is expensive, right? Now we go to that phase. Finally, everybody says, okay, maybe let's download this Boomplay. Okay, then freemium came in, then ads came in. Then a particular platform came. You're laughing because you know it. And the next thing, 1 billion streams. You all know the platform, but I will not say it. Right? 1 billion streams. They put a particular artist now. Then one day I say, wait, this is weird. Because first of all, everybody was now uploading on that platform. There are some deals I've done, exclusive songs were on this album. I'm writing to them, it's taking them 4 weeks. I'm like, who gave you permission to upload? So I already had issues with them. Then I now went to do some digging. Some of us in the industry went to that platform, collected an advance, then came to the industry and said, no, they're not doing any advance, making music accessible for free for everybody. Mind you, we spent 5 years coming from educating Nigerians to spend 500 naira on music. And another platform came in, paid a few people, and we went back to factory one. Now the thing, the artists, which Nero, you help me understand, do not understand is nobody is getting paid apart from this platform. But for them, it's the clout. Now I understand the part of delusion, but help me understand the part where common sense stops working. Because it has to, if you try to, because if you're telling me, oh, you have 1 billion streams on the platform, and I'm telling you that in the last 4 years, I've not seen any royalty statements from this label, from this platform. Now, the same Boomplay that we started, along the line, Chinese decided that they were smarter than the Nigerians that helped them, pushed everybody away. In the last 3 years, they've not paid royalties. But you know what's happening? The same artists are still paying the same Boomplay to put them on the platform. How is that my problem as the executive? So now, and I know that we say this every time. You say you've spoken to 200. How do you speak to that young person to come out? And I'll give you an example. Every year, I spend at least 3 million naira on updating my knowledge. I pay for courses, I attend the courses. Every time an artist talks, they expect everything to be free. You're not obligated to me for free. I have zero obligation to give you anything for free. It's kind of like the same problem I have with Nigeria. Every manifesto is to the poor. Now, me that you're taxing to debt, what is my benefit? No, but this is an honest conversation. Because now, in a year, you're doing almost what? 10, 15 million from me as a taxpayer. Every July, I'm changing gearbox. I'm changing brakes. Because the roads does not work for me. Now, if I talk to my house of rep, you say, I'm buying jam from. How does that relate to my problem in life? But I am the one paying taxes heavily. So the question to the artist is, people put together these events for free. It's not gated. I just came back from Zambia. They were asking me, why is it not gated? Oh, they tell me, oh, it sounded too good to be true, so they didn't want to come, they want to pay for it. Every other market pays top-tier money to access knowledge. Only in Nigeria have I seen that all the artists want it for free. And now when you give it to them for free, let me tell you, I'm behind like 7 of the current battles. All the artists you see crying online, I'm behind their problem. No, because what has now happened is that, and I'm taking your time, I'm sorry. What has now happened, you have taken the rubbish culture of seeing your friend on one platform getting 1 billion. Meanwhile, you are making 0 naira for the investor. You stay 3 years, this investor, I've lost over 50 million of my personal money on artists in this industry. So you can't tell me nonsense. I'm talking for I've invested. And I had 2 options, destroy your life or just let you go. And 90% of the industry, the investors are on let it go. The 10% you see are the ones that come out and say stupid stories that are false. That's why when the MCN SAR was saying, oh, they sign away their life. They don't sign away their lives. They knew what they were signing. What is currently happening is that they are trying to be using ignorance to be fraudulent. So that's what's going on. So we as lawyers will correct your madness. Because if someone that is not your daddy and your mommy puts 100 million in you, you will have to figure out a way to pay it back. And when you can't pay it back, you'll be respectful. You cannot be disrespectful. Then you cannot come and tell me that with your stream family, oh, the guys in Ikorodu, they like you. So when you say, oh, 1 billion, they are streaming from Ikorodu, then you go to Ikorodu, then you now come back and vex. How could you have money to keep my guys in Ikorodu? But you're on the platform that's not making money. And it's not like they explain it too. I'll give you the last one before I sit down. Sheikh Body, right? When Sheikh Body came to me 7 years ago, I sat down with my clients and I said, hey, this song has the potential to do this by this year, another potential to do this by another year. These are the things we need to do. We don't have the initial capital. We did a whole plan. Every year, somebody would come. Foza, you're not doing something right. Yeah, I said, okay. It was like, I'm going to offer you $20,000. We'll take over the masters. We'll do it right. No, thank you. My artist, man, Foza, man, we need money, man. I said, wait. I said, if by this year mark, I don't make the target I'm talking to you about, fire me. Now, the song, all of you are upset that we're rewarming the Eba. I will rewarm it. I will rewarm the song till the song is tired of me. When the song sees me coming, the song will run. Because now, you see the difference is that I'm working with an artist that has passed delusion. He's now focused on property. So, Nero, help us. Tell us. You know, now, I've agreed now that I'm an old woman. I don't know how to talk to Gen Zs. I don't know how to talk to Gen Alpha. Tell us what we need to do. Because we are the ones in power now to be able to organize these events for free. If you try it, you will break your leg. If you try to organize events, you will run bankrupt. So let's not joke. We like this, we got to the stage where we can say, okay, 10 million of our money, let's give to the industry. So now, if we're doing this, how do we get you guys, to come to sit down to table? Because I'm tired of doing things for free. And every time they keep saying, there's lack of access. There's lack of access. Do we need to start providing buses for you?
Even if you provide, they'll still not come.
So, Nero, I'm serious. So, do that survey and get back to me. Do the survey and get back to me. I beg. Because by this time next year, I want to see more artists in the room. I'm tired of seeing your face. I like your face, but I'm tired of seeing it alone.
Okay, so we'll take a response from Nero, then Yusa, and we then move over to the last phase of the conversation.
So, okay, so I don't know where I go forward. So first of all, the reason why first of all, the reasons why I'm here. First of all, I like to figure out things by myself. So when I came into the industry in 2021 for my NYC, I listened to a podcast. That's the first time I ever heard you. No, not in NYC now, CDS. Yes, me and she were in CDS, not a cash and day. So I had a podcast where executives like yourselves take a moving podcast explaining why the music industry was where it is at that point. And when I came to Lagos, there were a group of artists that wanted to figure out what was happening in the music industry. For example, again, artists like Adam Shrey, for example. That was somebody that was very passionate, not just as an artist, but knowledge to know how to handle. I know that I've gone to all the listening parties that are happening of any album, basically. And I really go there and tell artists that you should come. There's a conference, and you would like to hear what they're talking about you, because you're the artist. And it's things that you need to say that, what's the purpose of the conference? Why am I coming? There's one that somebody used to tell me that they are not God. I say, they are God. They are God. You want to make money, they are gods. You come and bow down to them and beg. So I think, first of all, what I'm trying to do is telling people the reason why this is important. So I told them, I'm like, you should come. And he said, why? Because the lawyers are going to be there. I said, so the lawyers sign the contract. That's where your money is. Are you not broke? You defend money now. So I think for me is a lot of artists know what they want. Some know what they want. I've met few. Before I was an advocate for artists before. I used to shout that artists deserve everything. But after working behind the scenes, artists don't deserve anything, to be honest. So I specifically pick the artists that I feel are necessary for conferences, because if you carry 1,000 artists and do not know anything, to me that's a waste of time. If I gather artists here at the back of the seats and we explain everything, I've been doing this for, I've gone to all the conferences. You're tired of my phone because I've seen in every conference. And I'm still learning till now. And I'm patient to learn till now. So the goal is that you need to know the artists that actually needs to be in the conference. There are artists that are delusional as well. For example, now, the first time I met you in one conference, I said, I'm not your mommy, I'm not your daddy. And I felt like, but it's supposed to be my mommy now, of course. This is the industry. I think the industry mommy. But the idea is that, again, artists, for example, there's a young man there, he's a lawyer. You, that's all lawyer. He was a former artist before. When he was in uni, I was in uni, but he used to do back to back. And when he now chose to be a lawyer, I felt shocked. I said, what happened, buddy? Am I safe? Should I become a lawyer too? So, as a very serious-minded person, and this is the kind of people that I think that should be targeted to call for conferences. Because it's not every artist that needs the information, to be honest. Some artists don't even know what to use the information for. And for you to be able to use the information, you have to have years of experience. If I came here 4 years ago, I wouldn't know what this conference is all about. I would just be hearing and keeping the knowledge. But I have lived it. I understand everything everybody's talking about here because I experienced it in full time. So the first goal is to find an artist that understands, that we have seen that is, okay, this guy has been here for a while. He has tried his best to get himself by himself. I told someone that this generation is the most independent generation ever. We have fewer signed artists than ever. We have independent. People have pushed their career from day one. I've been doing this since 2015. Independently have never been signed. Never. So I think the goal right now is to find the artist that you can see the way that the artist is moving and you know how serious-minded it is. I tell artists that you are part-time executives. If you have spent 12 to 13 years in this game, you should be able to run a rollout for an artist by yourself. If you have pushed your career yourself, you should be able to tell an artist that it's just 2 years and say, oh, you want to do an EP? No, so we do them. Based on your experience. These are the people that are necessarily needed in this conference because they're going to be the builders. Thank you.
Thank you. Please just keep it short. 1 minute so we can move on. Just 1 minute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't have time to say all the things that I wanted to say, but let me just go to one of it. I would say technology have made artists less creative and lazy. Because I remember those days when artists release an album, the first thing they do is take a band and tour all the cities in the country. There they have the audience directly. There are still places where there are no Boko Haram. That is knowledge. Even before Boko Haram, that tradition, even before Boko Haram, that tradition has stopped. Because with the technology, everybody wants to get what they want to do quickly.
Yeah.
Even CD, up to today, people are still buying CDs. They still buy cassettes because there are homes where they don't have internet to download music or where radio cannot give them what they want. They still buy cassettes. That's also one area that you can monetize your songs.
Yes.
And you can build your followers through that process, you know. But today, what we do with the technology is like what we're discussing now, the farming, internet farming or streaming farming and all of that. I think we need to educate ourselves, probably go back to those
other means
activities to be able to scale from there to where we are. If we combine both things, I think we'll be able to move faster, grow our fan base, grow our community of friends who will be our ambassadors, spread our music to other people, and make it bigger rather than going for streaming farming or farming streaming.
All right, thank you so much. I think you made a lot of sense in this last part, which is us or artists actually embracing different forms of distribution and different distribution channel to push their music. Because I think, again, because of the whole dependency on streaming to make their money is the reason why people are depending now on stream farming so that they can. But then if you have more avenues that you can push your music, and sincerely, it wasn't off when you say some people are still buying physical CDs. There's different, just sit back. Fosa said something that was very important, read. Sit back, read, understand how the distribution channels work across Africa, across any territory that you're interested in, and then figure out what works for those territories. So I just have 5 minutes for a round of this particular section, and we've spent a lot of time looking at the effects of stream farming on the industry and Africa and the whole world. We've also looked at possible reasons as to why people depend on this. So I'm going to take probably just 2 comments or 2 views on how do you think we can solve this, and also how fast. I know the first part might be setting ourselves up, but how fast again do you think we can solve it? And it's okay if your response is it can't be solved, but you let me know why you think it can be solved. 2 people, please. We're trying to look at possible solutions for this. Okay, so 2 of them.
Okay, I will just speak from lawyer perspective and to lawyer. So one of the things I've started doing these days is that anytime I'm reviewing contracts for any of my clients, instead of just reviewing it from the back end and I will just come down, done, let me speak with the other lawyer, then we're done. I end up reviewing it, and sometimes I'll be on call with my client for 1 hour, 2 hours, explaining every detail, that this is the reason why this is the reason. Because most of the time, we just try to babysit artists, and at the result, they are saying that they expected everything to just happen, like everything to happen. So by doing that, one of the things that I ended up saying is that most of my artists listening to me, when I say, oh, don't do this, they remember the agreement you signed. This is the reason you can't accept this. This is the reason why you can't post this. Oh, because the review is not being blinded. The review is open when I was doing it with the artist. So what I end up doing is, what I'm just saying is that lawyers that are in the room should always try to explain details of everything. That, okay, we want to do this with distribution. If you do streaming, all our money, the $10,000, $15,000, $30,000 that they are giving you, you will end up being in your money. Your catalog will be seized for the next 15, 20 years, and you won't have any reason. So if there's no consequence, most of the time people just feel like. So for lawyers in the house, just sometimes ensure you explain what you're doing to your clients, and with that, they will also be well informed.
Okay, thank you. So I think also just to add to what you've said, I think it's also necessary for distribution companies now to lawyers. It's necessary to ensure that you add clauses that actually protect, because most times it's distribution company that takes the hit from DSPs when this happens. They are the ones penalized. So, and then you're informed by DSPs what artists or what part of your catalog actually caused this penalty. Let those people also be, yes, not just aware, but also responsible for that penalty instead of. Because most times I also know that some distribution companies spread the penalty around. Let's localize it to actual causes of it. I think it can also help caution people.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. So I feel like the major issue with stream farming is, I'm not trying to give causes and effects, but the major issue is that people don't understand how stream farming affects them, their creative work, and the music industry at large. That's why people can defend or say we should legalize stream farming. And so let's look at our criminal codes and criminal laws. The society understands, the government understands that in a group of maybe 100 people, there are about 10 bad eggs that can trespass on other people, or they can, what would I call that word again? They can trample on the rights of other people, and that's why they set out laws, criminal codes, criminal laws, ACGA, and all that, to be able to control the acts of these 10 bad eggs in a room of 100 people. So I feel like the only way we can really solve the issue of stream farming is to illegalize stream farming as a whole. People need to understand that if you are trying to stream farm, you are going to be like exploiting other people's rights, and you are not going to be giving a fair ground for people to earn legitimately. Keyword legitimately. But if the government doesn't step in and legalize this kind of acts, fraudulent acts, people also do not understand that stream farming is fraudulent because you are cheating other people. Same way as stealing. The law says that stealing is a wrong, it's a crime. That's because you are trespassing on another person's property. At the same time, you are depriving another person of exercising their right of owning that property. And there is always like a punishment for that kind of act. So I feel like the best way we can go about is legalizing stream farming. Let us create regulations that says that if you do stream farming, this is your consequences, or you have to go to court. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chinedule, just take one more. I just realized that we had two lawyers.
Okay, so
gave
I'm not
an
going to
overview, so let's have someone else.
Hi, I'm not going to take so much time. I just want to react to what he said, that lawyers should enlighten people. And my reaction will be the fact that a lot of lawyers are not entertainment lawyers to start with. And they go into this thing. I mean, they get to advise artists ignorantly. So many artists will tell you they spoke to their lawyer. Now the difference is this artist just knows the title lawyer, does not know if you are actually an entertainment lawyer or a property lawyer. They don't know where your area of specialty is. They just believe that, oh, I've seen a lawyer, you will save my life and my destiny. At the end of the day, this lawyer still drives them into problem. Yet we sit down here and blame all the artists, and I'm like, hey, yeah, sorry for the artists too. But then some lawyers are still doing this, and I don't know if there's a solution within the legal space for this to be curbed.
I'm sorry, I'll throw it back to the artists. I think entertainment lawyers in this time are actually pretty loud and out there. You can't say you don't have access to an entertainment lawyer. I know, no, what I'm saying is that so they then go to other lawyers. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Please, can we put our hands together? Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you so much for participating. I think you all took my plea at the beginning to heart and participated very well. I thank everyone that contributed their voice and their views. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. That was indeed engaging. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the participation. So please, tighten your belt for the final session. Right now we're going in. And you are asking for the lawyers and all of that, entertainment lawyers.
Regulation for those lawyers, because I mean, in the legal space, if there's a proper regulation and maybe consequence, a lot of lawyers will not drive, artists into problems.
Yes.
Yeah, it's easy to sit down here. Sorry.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Let's hold this. Let's pause on this conversation. So we'll have time outside of this room. But for now, no. Hold on. Let me say there's a summit. There's a summit called the Global Creative Legal Summit. There's a summit called the Global Creative Legal Summit, and the whole idea of that summit is actually to bring lawyers who have interest in the creative enterprise, bring them into one room and begin to more like train them. You are not giving them some curriculums, but practicalities as it concerns the creative industry. And the convener has been the one charging us. So I will not say much. But I think if you are the first edition that took place last year in Lagos, and for those of you that were fortunate or anyhow you found yourself in Lusaka, you understand the kind of work that Global Creative Legal Summit is doing. So, like Foza said, the truth is that some of us have committed personal funds to training for free this industry. You don't need to know how much just this 3 days event is costing me personally and Mike personally. Yes, maybe for a few, but no local Nigerian company put down a dime to this program. I can tell you that. So in terms of investment, a lot of us are investing in this. And when you call, the same people that you are putting this thing together, they are nowhere to be found. You know? So, but at some point, we can't do this forever. At some point, some of us, I'm 53. You understand? At some point, yes, I'm young because I've been in this industry now 26 years. Yes. Yes, so it then means that more than my adult life has been in this space. So we are making investments. And when I hear people like Foza speak, people like Amanda speak, people like Janet speak, you know, people like Victor, when they begin to challenge. Tega was here at some point. Victoria is here. We are all making impact. And I see Chidubem, I see all of you guys coming up, you know, showing interest in this sector. It gladdens my heart that I was chatting with you on LinkedIn, is it not? And you are here today because you have all the interest. And please, let's just celebrate every lawyer, every administrator, everyone who is putting in the work, to make this. A lot of you don't know, Uzo is here today. Uzo used to be one of the students from CBA. Today, he's doing big things with Sony. And that's how much of influence and power that we have if we do this together. And Nero, sorry they picked on you, but just deliver the message as it be. So right away, we are going to the last session for today, and also a very critical topic, fragmented creator workflows. Fragmented creator workflows, resulting in inefficiencies across distribution, right management, and revenue collection. So to moderate this session is no other person than the legal consultant for Zeta Oracle and the convener for Global Creative Legal Summit, the author of So Far, So Foza. I hope you've read that book. You know, she's an award-winning entertainment lawyer and management consultant. Please put your hand together for Foza.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Foza Fawemi. I am a creative economy lawyer based in Nigeria and also the managing partner at Zeta Oracle Solicitors, a boutique law firm that functions in Nigeria with branches across Africa. So, how's everybody doing? All right. Okay, so the topic before me today is essentially to examine the workflow problem that we have and how that has, you know, resulted into a lot of loss of money. In the past 2 days, you've been hearing something $1 billion, 1 million, billion, 100, all the numbers. I'm dyslexic, so when you call numbers, it's, you know, that's why you're also a lawyer. You go if you don't know maths. But coming into the industry, I was forced to understand maths because you are dealing with fixing problems where there's a break in transmission that leads to losing a certain type of revenue. Right, so in the creative economy, you know, ecosystem, end to end, at every level, money is being made. Now, if you have 10 steps in that workflow, currently in Nigeria, only very few people, less than 1% of the music industry, completes the number 1 to 10 step. So that means that only less than 1% of the music industry in Nigeria is maximizing the full potential of the industry. So the conversation we're going to be having today is going to be framed around questions like, first of all, do we even understand this workflow? What's the definition of this workflow? How does it affect distribution? How does it affect rights management? How does it affect your revenue collection? Now, the first question would be, where does music start from? For some people, it starts from, hey, my guy, you don't hear, yeah, this thing, I didn't hear, my bed play, it's coming. Whatever the inspiration is, whether you are high or you are low, the first foundation is whether the lyrics or the melody. Now, note what I said. I'm going to give you two scenarios, and I'm going to allow a lawyer and a non-lawyer answer. The first scenario, optimist comes in, sorry, I know you don't drink and smoke, but I have to use this for this example. Optimist comes into the room. Alpha now, PJ. I didn't hear this thing, I didn't hear him. No, press on for me. PJ. No. Oh, he didn't enter. You feel like, yes. Scenario 1. Scenario 2. PJ, how far now are you there? Yeah, take this. I played this demo. Replay it for me. And let's start laying the record. So now, from an artist's point of view, you answer this question. Scenario 1. Who composed and who performed?
There we come. This is your moment.
Scenario 1.
Yeah.
Optimist comes in with Kana.
Yeah.
They hear this. Play him. PJ plays it. Right? In that scenario, who composed and who performed?
The composition was done by the PJ. They do the playing. The performance is the guy that is saying, it's in the inside my head, John.
Please, give him a round of applause, because he actually got it. But Praise is shaking his head. Give the mic to Praise.
So I would say the person that composed it is the artist that worked in, right? But he played what was composed, so he performed it.
Interesting. You see, these very different answers is the fundamental of a lot of litigation lawsuits right now.
Court case already,
Yeah. But I would disagree with you, Praise. Well, you want to answer? Yeah, let him answer.
He said the one that was smoking Igbo came and said...
The Igbo is important, but go on.
He said he's hearing something. Then he now told the keyboardist to play it. In a real sense, he has already given you the rhythm, the melody of what he wants. So what the keyboardist just did is to interpret what he has told him to do. So the person that that sang that thing or composed, is the composer. Why the artist who played that is an instrumentalist who put it down.
See, let me tell you something. You're not wrong, you're not right. You okay? See, this is very practical because this is the beginning of the workflow.
Okay, so one thing about copyright is that copyright is not based on an idea.
Thank you very much.
Copyright has to be put in a tangible form for it to be known as copyright, more or less. So the person that did it, that gave the idea, cannot be the one that has the composition. Why? Because it was just an idea. He did not put it in a tangible form. The person that played it is the one that will be seen as the one who has the composition because he's the one who puts it in a tangible form.
Okay, so I've heard your answer. We'll listen to you, then we'll listen to you. We've started the workflow, by the way.
So, I don't think it's a direct yes or no. Hi, everyone. My name is Adachuku. Just because I don't know what the agreement that they have is. So, we have work for hire. We have, it's one thing if it's just like an independent instrumentalist on his own. A PG example, it happens a lot in the Christian music space. where you see some of these Christian artists, their ministry. This
The biggest frauds, by the way. Hallelujah.
Amen. Amen. But God, I beg. They're ministering. They're under the spirit that is not the substances you mentioned. They say they are hearing
from God
a song from God. They start singing it. Mind you, in this situation, there's the audience or the congregation. There are those who are playing. The congregation too, they start singing, and it's recorded. Again, there are questions of, the people who are playing, were they working for hire at that time, or were they, what's the other one now? I'm trying to...
Co-composers.
Yes, are they co-composers? Because if it's a situation whereby I'm paying you for a session as an artist, I don't think in that moment an artist is thinking you are composing with me because I paid you, because the whole idea of the work for hire and the servant-master relationship really is that if I pay you or any work you do within that time, depending on what you sign, if it belongs to me, you can't be claiming composer rights. So I think sometimes we need to look at what was the legal foundation. I know you're speaking like, off the top, but I'm also thinking that there are times people have this legal foundation sorted out from the beginning.
Okay, let me give you legal foundation. The Igbo was very instrumental.
Yes.
Because the legal framework of the basic beginning of workflow is based on vibes. There's no legal 90%, there's no legal foundation. It is, PJ is my guy, you go studio, I will come. There's no prior conversation.
So if there's no prior conversation, obviously, that's you're a co-laborer in the work.
I'm going to give him the mic. So we have two sides saying that scenario one is the composer is Optimus Dikana. Okay. And we have one side saying the composer is PJ, the keyboardist. Okay, your side.
Okay. Good afternoon again. I just want to take us to music composition. When 100 level, my first degree, music, a professor came to the class. He was telling us about motifs. And he was going to do something. So there was a grand piano in front. And then he struck his first note. And then he stopped. He had a conversation. He struck another note. He stopped. Then a few minutes later, it stayed in our head. So when we were trying to do something, we now started building that progression from that thing. Then we didn't even know it was called motif. So when we built the progression, this other person is sounding like this person, but we realized our root was taking us back to what we heard. And he now told us, he said, why is everybody sounding, your resolution at the end of the day is sounding similar. Your introduction is sounding this. So he looked at us, and one of his friends, who is also a professor of intellectual property law, was also around. And he said, for everything you have created, it is my work. These lawyers know, but we who studied music, we see it differently. So I'm sure you may be. So he said, do you know why? He said, because what you have developed is from my motive. So he now said, if you go ahead and express this further, you are performing it. He said, so this work is established on my motive. So I've given you a progression. We stayed in your membrane, and you've developed it, and there's a lot of work going on. I appreciate it, but you've developed my work. But in this case, you'll be addressed as the performer. He may be wrong, but I've run with that over the years. So in this scenario, I think the guy who came with the Igbo, who hummed the melody, laid the composition, the motif, and the person who produced it performed it. That's my own position.
Okay, let me add a bit to it. Now, to you, right? If Optimus came in with a voice recording and played it for PJ, would your position still be the same? So I'm going to hear from Janet last, then we'll move to the next workflow. a voice recording on his phone.
I want to
on his phone.
I want to ask a question, a point of law, according to what someone said about for an idea to be copyrighted, it has to be in a tangible form. But does the copyright law says that is the author of the idea that has to put it in a tangible form, or the person who put it in a tangible form owns the copyright? Because if you're going to go by this logic, so many artists that freestyle won't own the copyright to their composition. So I would like some clarification on that. Does the law says that it has to be the author that should put it in a tangible form?
Okay, so Optimist, answer on the point of law. What does the Copyright Act say?
So if it is being co-produced and an idea that is being co-produced together, definitely both parties that end up working on it to bring it to reality worked on it. So I just want to use a scenario of what happened last year, a particular deal I worked on. So this person, maybe about maybe 4 years ago, let's say 4 years ago, they went to boot camp, and after the boot camp, the music boot camp, they recorded a particular song. The song was out, and the producer said he wanted to release it last year, and the producer didn't release it. Then this year, my client now said, "Oh, I want to release it." So then we reached out, let's bargain on the percentage. And why bargaining on the percentage? The other producer now said, "No, one manager have to collect percentage and back and forth." I was like, if this is the case, we have to revisit this. I called my clients and I asked my client that what's going on, who produced this, how do you produce this? We had a meeting, and during the meeting, the producer said, oh, during the boot camp, they arranged everything together and they did everything, and from there, they produced the particular music. So then, having conversation with my client told me that when I went there, I gave him the melody, that this is what I'm singing. And like the melody, like still the same. Then part of the lyrics also still the same. Then I wrote to the client, and I asked my client that, can you show me the year where the year that you recorded it and put it in your archive? Showed me. So the year, maybe a year ahead before meeting the producer. So after meeting the producer, so I have to do a particular editing on the voice note, then put just my firm name, space firm disease. Then I sent a mail to the producer and said, my client have created this particular melody, this so date, and this, and even the lyrics, and these are I see the date and the voice, the sound and everything before, because you're claiming that you guys did it together. And after sending it, then the producer called me, okay, can we now make arrangements? I will collect low percentage now, this. So to now answer the question on my own part, if I end up getting, because I'm the optimist, the canna, so if I end up getting there and I'm like, oh, this beat, and we end up discussing it, I'm like, oh, you use this. That means the production, the composition is being made by both of us. But if the situation that I end up coming, that listening to this is this, and you end up doing it and there's issue, I can still take it away from you because I own the melody that I've created. But if at that situation, that particular place, I'm like, oh, the canna, and we discuss how you produce it, because that was the claim of that particular producer that we made it together. So if any archive is just from the inspiration, no matter how, if the other person is producing during that time, we're going to refine the melody and come up like a particular, different melody, and we arrive at it. But if it's a situation of difference, so what the copyright ends up saying is that if a copyright that is jointly made will definitely be owned by those the parties. But if it is made differently, that is why in the music you can remove the lyrics, you can remove the composition, remove different things. Each. So that's mine.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to read from the Copyright Act quickly. Just quickly. No. I've allowed everybody to speak. I've gotten interesting positions, but it's very necessary we have this conversation because it's the beginning of the workflow. And to give cultural context, Nigeria is such a vibes country. Right? Even businesses, we start businesses, or is my family, there's never a legal foundation. Let's leave that. 90% of the time, right? There's never a legal foundation, a legal context. But now the law is very clear and says This is section 2, sub 2A and B of the Copyright Act. It said, notwithstanding the provision of subsection 1, literary, musical, or artistic work shall not be eligible for copyright unless some effort has been expended on making the work to give it an original character. So for you, sir, my sir, your professor saying that he owns the work and you don't own the work, that's a bit, there's a lot of arguments to that's not true. He owns his own work, but your own work deserves copyright and you have to still collect license from him. So it doesn't deny you from having your own copyright because you've expended originality on the base that he gave you. Now and the law does not say or. It says and, meaning both of them has to go hand in hand. The work has to be fixed in any medium of expression known now or later to be developed, from which it can be perceived. Here, that means you can hear from, reproduced, or otherwise communicated either directly or with the aid of any machine or device. Now, by that definition, if Optimus with the canal says, "Parara, parara," does that deserve copyright?
I think it's shaky because composition in itself, by the very definition of what composition is not fixed, right? It's not fixed. When you're composing something, it's not necessarily fixed. I think it's the performance that fixes it in itself. So when somebody comes in, just like when they're writing lyrics, for example, right? And you're in a music camp, for example, right? Generally, music camps all over the world. Everybody's there. They are putting out ideas. The ideas are not fixed, right? So if we now say, as I say, I don't think it's a yes and no question. I think that's just the thing, because if you cannot fix it, when you go into a camp, people are throwing ideas. So say, oh, use bots, or use and here, right? We don't say that, oh, because it's not been fixed, that they are not composers. And that's where my problem with this always comes in. Because it's when you perform it that it now becomes fixed. Which is why I said, the people that perform it, normally the person that performs it normally owns the copyright most of the time. Not every time, but most of the time. But the people that are around it, that, you know, somebody is just humming melodies in the room, they are just, I think they are composers. That's why.
So I hear you, and I strongly disagree with you, but I hear you, right? And that is the beginning of the workflow problem. You see those people in the room humming, I don't want you on my 1 billion song. I'm not being, do you want me to lie to you? No. Why is the guy that is a car spotter in the studio and says, yeah, ba, and you say, okay, he contributed to it because he was in the room and composing? Which is what a lot happens in the camp and the beginning of the workflow problem, right? If you're coming to my own camp, you sign before you enter that place. I don't care what you are doing, you sign before you enter that place, right? And that's where, you see this discourse we're having, that was, oh no, because no lawyer is right or wrong until you go to court and test it in court. Unfortunately, we don't have, I have some 2 lawsuits I'm going to use for precedent's sake, right? Because we've seen instrumentalists say, oh, I played on an existing melody, so therefore I deserve composition rights. Oh, I'm in court for that because the person took 25% of the song illegally, went to go and register himself because to him, he played. Now, workflow problem, right? This is a workflow because now, first things first, how many people are recognized that contributed to this song? Is the biggest problem in the industry. These are the things that happen. You come to the studio, you work together, someone forgot. Now, especially in the age where Spotify is recognizing everybody except the lawyer on the credit. Bro, I'm having sleepless nights for your album to come out, but you are recognizing the engineer, the vocal mixing assistant. Album, These are the things we should be fighting for. But, so now, Spotify is recognizing assistant mix assistant, vocal engineer, assistants. Meanwhile, in the Nigerian studio, there's always an apprentice. There's always an apprentice learning from the Oga. So the question is, if that apprentice comes in future and says, hey, I said A. I said A during the production of Rema's song, so therefore I deserve 10%. Don't worry, I know praise will rely on the law, the way the law is. All this one that is doing technical jurisprudence. But those are the problems that we're currently facing. So if at the beginning of the studio, of the creation, we're already divided in the room, think about it in the actual world. Yes. Please, can someone give me the mic?
Yes, Don and Ugo. I'm just trying to figure out how much of this is, how big of a problem this is. For the most part, when I've been working professionally with, as a musician myself, in studio and also with other professional musicians, you tend to agree upon this beforehand. So the problem sometimes end up not in the studio or in the work process, but in the registration process. If someone does, if the registration is, if you do any mistakes in the registration, or if someone has, bad intentions in the registration, but my experience is that you negotiate. And you can actually, you can choose to include whoever you want to include for whatever percentage you want to do, for whatever reason you want to do. And you can give away almost all of your composition if it makes sense to you. It would be a stupid idea, but you can do it. You can register it as a... And I was managing a songwriting camp for EMI Music Publishing many years ago, and people came in from all over the world to compose and to record for lots of international music artists, and they had pre-agreed on everything. So they actually had a percentage component to each section of the song. So if you did a bridge, that would be so many percentage. If you did the chorus, the hook line, all of that would have a very specific. And then everyone agreed, and then there's nothing to... And
that's very unique, and I'll tell you why that's unique, because when I started dealing with stakeholders from the UK, the conversation always was, we're splitting down the middle, right? Cultural, so you also need to understand our cultural context. Our cultural context here is based on everybody is your brother. That's our culture, except when it's time to cheat the person. Right? But the entry is, wow, family, right? That's the mindset. So a lot of conversations never starts with, I'm going to fight with this guy later. It's like, we're in the trenches together trying to figure it out. Now the problem comes when the lawyers now say, hey, let's sign the agreement. Then it becomes a problem. I mean, in the last 10 years, the mentality has changed a bit. Now, a lot of people before going into sessions says, hey, how much is your fee? How much do you charge for this? Yada, 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 boom, 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 we sort it out. But I can tell you, even on the biggest songs till today that are currently doing like 1 billion on Spotify, I'm still fighting at the back, right? And threatening, hey, I'm going to take down this song, yada, 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 because there's one person that pops up from nowhere and says, hey, there's a video of me playing the bars. And the conversation we're having is, did you compose a new bass line, or did you follow the existing melody that the producer already composed, right? So now, because the person that worked the A&R, shades to the A&R, the A&R that organized the session didn't think to properly capture everybody in the room. Now, as the lawyer, I'm left to zero or non-evidence with hearsay saying, hey, did you see this guy in the studio? What did he do in the studio? Then one person is very incentivized to lie because there's a sync of $50,000 coming. I'm like, no, he didn't record. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. Blah, blah, blah. Now, the song is in a limbo. The sync can't be cleared. The money is lost. Right? So the culture for us is, we're not a split down the middle type, or we give percentages according to the work that you've done. And the other part to it is the law guides the formula that we use to share.
But the law doesn't say anything about how much is a top line, how much is a breakdown of them.
No, the law doesn't say that. So the law says, if you're a co-author or co-composer or co-owner, equitable sharing. But the industry has interpreted equitable to equal, which are two separate conversations. So if an instrumentalist, I personally believe, should not be doing anything higher than 5%. Max. Right? But if I present that to another lawyer who doesn't have this context, it will be met with resistance. And the negotiation comes from a point of entitled position, not from a negotiating position of, hey, I'm sacrificing my upfront fee for this and that. And that disconnect is happening a lot in the industry. So as much as we know about the publishing, a lot of money is being lost because split sheets can't be signed because of this particular problem I'm talking about. Yeah.
So I feel like another phenomenon we all ignore in the music industry, even lawyers are not aware of this, is a principle of neighboring rights, performance rights, not performance rights. So this neighboring rights is like a sister or a cousin to copyright. It is not exactly copyright, it is related to copyright. And that's what I feel most of these instrumentalists fail to realize. So maybe there is a composition down and they call a keyboardist or a trumpeter or someone to come and perform, not play, perform. That will fall under performance right. It is not copyright, but it is related to copyright. Composition is under copyright. Sound recording is under copyright, but neighboring rights is not copyright. So I think that's where it is all muddled up, and the music industry doesn't exactly pay attention. And for this kind of neighboring rights, it is not even our normal performance rights societies that pays, even publishing companies don't pay it. It is performance rights for sound recordings and performance like PPL and Sound Exchange. So these instrumentalists are supposed to go to like PPL or Sound Exchange to claim those neighboring rights royalties. But instead, they and their lawyers are more focused on composition, which they do not have a right to. I hope that clears everything.
So I'll give you why that is a problem. And Dr. Chinedu, you are the fundamental cause of that problem in Nigeria. The reason, let me finish, man. So the reason why neighboring rights and publishing rights have been muddled up from our cultural context as Nigeria is because COSON was one body handling every right. That has been the fundamental problem. So if you go to COSON, you can collect your performance rights, you can collect your sync rights, you can collect your public performance rights, you can collect everything. And I know you're shaking your head now because you are young, you're less than, it's very sweet to be old. I talk as an elder now. So as an elder, the reason why this was then, historically, was because of one, economics reason. The association was not buoyant enough to go to do, multiple things. Two, the users of the music preferred a one-party system. So, and when COSON, the founders of COSON, and I fight COSON, but I also fight for them. Because in as much as we say, there's no structure in the industry, they held down the structure for almost 2 decades. They were not effective. They were not efficient, but they were effective. There's a difference. Effective being that they made sure people paid money. Efficient being that you had to go and ask them and say, hey, send our report. But because there was also a lot of capacity problem in terms of technology, in terms of human power, so a lot of things, went wrong and whatnot. But COSON, for the only way COSON could get people to pay for the use of music was ensuring that they were a one-body system. Now, with my good friend Dr. Chinedu and Mr. Michael, I know that as at 5 months ago, we were with the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Creative Economy and say, hey guys, we've passed that context. Now we need to divide these rights. And the moment, and I'm sure before the end of next quarter next year, we're going to see changes in the CMO system, right? And there's going to be that division. So the neighboring right, the publishing right is going to be well established. Then we can now start this conversation of, hey, instrumentalist, ideally, you should be under performers' rights. You want to say, oh, sorry. You want to say something?
No,
okay.
All
right, okay.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done, but...
Okay, sorry. You want to continue? Or should
It's super interesting. And I said in Norway, I am the deputy chairman of the Neighboring Rights Society in Norway, GAMO. And I think the Norwegian and maybe even more of the European are actually moving in the Nigerian direction. I was in Brazil 2 weeks ago. They also have both rights structure, authors' rights and neighboring rights, in the same body. And there's a reason for this, which is, and we see this a lot in Norway. So GRAMO, the Neighboring Rights Society, we have a administration fee of, or administration cost of, what is it, 25%, 28%, most of which goes into infrastructure on data. Tono, which is the Author Society, has similar cost structures just to run the registries and by combining, so there are some pros and cons. I completely understand why you would separate it, but to separate the administration is perhaps not the. And I just want to say, in Brazil, Brazil has a really interesting. They have 7 author societies, or 7 which have both neighboring rights and authors' rights. But they have one body who does all the administration, all the technical, which is ECAD. So ECAD delivers all the back office for every single one of them, and the societies only do member service, which is, so you only pay for one administration instead of paying for 2 or even 7.
So, Mr. Chile, I think this idea, you know, budget-wise, you want to speak to it, yes? I recently took Mr. Chinedu, Dr. Chinedu, to Zambia to put him on the spot on this topic. He had to attack his friends.
Thank you, and I hope I didn't disappoint you.
No, you didn't.
Thank you very much. You know, I came back and I told Mike, Fosa gave me a VIP treat, serious VIP treat. Oh, Mike is not here. So, yes, part of the conversation, and Fosa is 100%. Why we did what we did at that time also was because the recording contracts we had in the 80s, 70s, 80s, even up to 60s, the recording contract, there is a clause in those recording contracts that said publishing right actually belonged to the record company. So when we were setting up COSON, there was really no right for composers. There was really no right for publishers. The creators didn't have any publishing rights. So if you are creating a CMO for musical work, which is for performing rights in musical work and mechanical rights in musical work, it's the same record companies that will be the owners of the work. So it became a very difficult situation. You are trying to set up a CMO for creators, but the actual rights domiciles with the labels. So what we did was to set up a coalition back then, and we negotiated with the labels to say, okay, what you need to do is you create a different entity, legal entity separate from the label. And that's how labels like Premier Records actually set up a music publishing arm of their business. And so with that label side separate from the publishing side, we could have a situation where both the label and the publishers could be in one room and all of that. So we did that at that time. And also for market convenience, because before then, there was this constant battle between PMRS and MCSN. and which repeated itself even when there is COSON and all of that. The whole idea was to marry MCSN and PMRS into one room. That Ogedi is here because he paid for a lot of the legwork that happened that period. So the whole idea was, okay, you guys, PMRS at that time didn't have the international clout, but MCSN had the international clout. And we were going to say, okay, one had NCC's approval, that was PMRS. MCSN did not. But so how do we use your strength from both sides? You have license, you have international clout. Let's bring all of them together. In 2009, COSON was set up, registered as a company limited by guarantee. So we all went about negotiating and all of that. We brought all of that. But at the point of signing, MCSN voted. And that's why that fight had continued. Now, what I was saying, why this historical perspective is important, is that at that time, the COSON model was convenient. But right now, in 2026, that model will not be able to work for this environment. Because the truth is this, people have moved away from that. And the leaders are saying that we want a standalone CMO. Because there's a tendency that when you run a combined or one joint this thing, one of the works and the rights inherent in those works suffers. And most times, it is sound recording that suffers because more value is given to musical work over sound recordings. And the label owners and the performers who are in themselves indie artists or self-producing artists are saying, no, we want equal share with the publishers and with the creators. So there's a need. So what we did at RAPI is to now start using technology, which is why technology is beginning to demystify some of those stuff that, okay, I'm sending you an invoice to a broadcaster. I'm sending you what you have used, not on a blanket fee, because that was what we operated back then as COSON, just a general concept of collective management, that they give you a blanket license and all of that. But with technology and knowing whose work has been exploited over those platforms, indeed, it is very easy now to set up two standalone organizations. But to come in where what Daniel said about Brazil, as a matter of fact, as part of government effort to regularize the industry, they've actually made mention of this ECAD proposal to say, open up the market to people like REPI to set up their CMO, open up the market for MPAN to set up their CMO, but have a central licensing body that coordinates all the activities. So what those organizations will be doing is member services, repertoire engagement and enhancement and all of that. Those are conversations that we are still having right now. But like Foza has rightly said, before the end of the year, the landscape of collective management in Nigeria will not be the same again. Thank you.
Amen. That's news just sounds like the single woman or the single man that has been waiting for the rib of their rib, and it finally comes. Oga Eddie, please.
Okay, I will come from a little bit behind. A lot has been said from the time I raised my hand. So if I sound a bit repetitive, pardon me. If I go back to this issue of who has what, composer, player, neighboring rights, there is a fundamental principle that people tend to overlook. In any situation between two persons or organizations where there's going to be value exchange, lawyers would normally advise you to have what you call a contract. A contract, you have somebody who is offering something, somebody who's at the other end, and some kind of consideration will establish the reason why you're going into that marriage. In music, people have always forgotten that there are two key areas you must establish, especially when it comes to creating, the process of creating, what you call your workflow. There is the contract of service, and there is contract for service. I think this is the basic that every aspiring musician or anybody that wants to be involved in all this kind of conversations should understand. So it guides you ab initio what you want to go for. If it's a contract of service, you are essentially establishing an employee-employer type relationship, except well spelled out. Whereas if it's a contract for service, it could be that I walk into a studio, I have an idea, I drop the idea, I leave. When I come back, how the producer puts the music together, subject to what terms and conditions we have agreed. So I can be the owner of an album. I have paid for it. Although it's not an employer-employee situation thing. However, I've dealt with Forza. Forza owns the studio. You have session men. Your agreement with them is between you and them. Nothing to do with me. You deliver me a job. I'm not aware what has transpired between both of you. We have a relationship, have a handshake, and we go on. There's no fraction or there's no friction between you and I. However, if you have passed on to me what you have not legally cleared or owned from them, it's not really my problem, because the law says you will not pass to me what you don't own. It is assumed that whatever you bring to the table, that you indemnify me should there be any issue arising from any breach. If it's a contract of service, in most cases, which was what existed in the case of recording record companies back in the day, record companies had a pool of musicians which they called studio musicians or session men. Whether they created music or not, they were on a fixed salary. If the record company does not sell one copy of any music in any form, they have no reason not to pay these musicians. So they did not bear any risk. So when I come in there and I do transaction, and I have a contract for service with a studio, or a contract establishing a relationship between me and a label or a record company, and this record company, the resources is putting together to deliver to me its contract of service with the people he has an employee-employer relationship with, I am indemnified should there be any issues arising. So if I go back to what Chinedu talked about, when the record companies owned publishing in works that they released, because everything was muddled up in one pocket. If we look at the record companies were like wicked or tiffin business unit, but context is important to understand that record companies did that at the time. Instead of allowing those rights to float, what gives us a right to manage it, exercise on behalf of the right owners? In exercising the management, administration on behalf of the artists, they qualify to earn. Now, whatever the percentage is or how fair that is secondary. But they did not exactly steal it or own it. But some people signed it away, but they won't tell you that in signing it away, they got consideration for it. So, in 1972, somebody releases a music, an album, he needs to go on tour. A record company buys you a tour bus, like a luxurious bus. They brand it, Kenneth and the Angels. They buy you music equipment. We don't know if this record will sell a copy yet or not. So to maximize, the same way what you call 360-degree deals today with labels who want to earn from concert, from endorsement, from whatever, they are not sure that one income stream can deliver what our investment and our vested interest is. So to maximize, we spread our tentacles into income stream avenues to be able to recoup. So I just need to give this as context, but I'll also end up by saying we will keep making the same mistake and have the same fight we've had for 50 years of this conversation until people agree to be educated, to be enlightened. There are lawyers, again, a number of good IP lawyers. I'm sorry to say, without meaning to cast aspersion, I've also come across lawyers who knew next to nothing about IP, who have misled people. The same way you have doctors who have given people the wrong kind of medication. So no aspect is absolved from culpability. But the truth is that in the midst of all of that, there are people who know what they are doing, and it is in the interest of players at whatever level you exist to get this, I keep saying, information, awareness, enlightenment, and only education can do that. I agree, I am blind. I'm in the middle of the road. It's raining. There's nothing wrong in saying, please somebody help me, give me a hand. Thank you.
Please, let's give him a round of applause. And, one of my biggest worry, this is also a workflow problem in the Nigerian industry. We always forget history. And for the young ones, it makes you move around like a mad person. Because you are fighting the people that have been doing the exact work you want to start again that we've been fighting for 30 years. Sit down, listen, so you can carry on the conversation, right? It's even very interesting. I think, Dr. Chide will tell you, when we started the conversation of publishing, when we first went to COSON, and we had Chief Tony was like, but you don't have rights as publishers in the law. And he was correct. It's not that he was wrong, he was very correct. The law, as a pre-2022, did not provide for publishers. But if you trained in the West and you came back home, all of you are wrong, you didn't ask. What was the historical context why this law was passed and why this was fused? Because if you understood that, it would also help to prefer solutions that would actually work in the future, in that context. And I have to say, Honor, this is a solicitor and barrister. I've called you to the bar. Because you say, I've been issue, I say, you are disguising my Oga. You want to say something?
As a matter of fact, he has actually touched the base of what I wanted to say. I mean, one of the things I wanted to say. To follow up with that, let me ask a question. How many music creators do we have in the house?
No, okay.
Music creators.
Bobby, raise up your hand, even if your career fade.
Then how many administrators do we have in the house? Then how many lawyers do we have in the house?
Hey, lawyers, raise up your hand. I have to be seen that I'm doing a good job. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. It seems like lawyers are more in the house.
Yes, they have to be.
So probably that is why this conversation is I'm taking towards legality and all that. But I think before we start to talk about the legality, we have to deal with the foundation, which is around the creative process, those who are involved and all of that. Why, like we're discussing and all of that, I write a song, the process of creating an album. I write a song, then I take it to my producer or somebody else. There is an arranger, somebody who arranges the song. He plays a different role. Then from that, then you have instrumentalist. I mean, there's a producer who coordinates the whole thing. Probably the musician will have idea of the bass line he wants, the keyboard lines he wants, the guitar lines he wants, then somebody comes in and plays it exactly as he wants it. Or you get somebody who comes in and play that instrument from his creative ability, give it a different interpretation from what the musician has in his head for a guitar. He is a creator on its own, contributing to that project. So I think we need to actually understand the different components and the different actors that plays different role in the process of the creative work before we begin to discuss the legal implications on it. If we don't have that background, like you said, we will make the mistakes that we have made in the past. You mentioned that a few of you, all lawyers, visited the Attorney General for a new legal framework for collective management and all that. But I don't think if you have consulted the people who actually brought about that creative work that you are campaigning to bring about legality too. So I think it should be all-encompassing so that you get the basic rules, engagement, involvement, and all of that, so that you'll be able to do the right splitting, the right involvement, so that the right laws can be made to cover everybody. If that is not done, there'll still be repetition of the same problem.
I hear you, but I disagree. I fundament, and unfortunately, because I'm a lawyer, you think I'm biased. But, but the foundation for the workflow of whatever we're talking about is the law. If you create everything and the law does not protect it, you are creating for yourself.
Therefore, you need to understand who are involved in the...
So, and that's why I started from that conversation, right? And I gave because these are the issues. The issue is that the different players in the room do not know their roles. It's not my fault as a lawyer. I went to school for 5 years. I know my role. If you as a creator don't know that you're a producer and not an arranger, or you're a mixing engineer, I don't think I should be talking to you. Like, for me, that's your basic role to understand. If you said, oh, music is going to be my career path, my job, I'm not going to contribute to that. Helping someone to define their role is waste of my time. I'm just saying. But now, those of us that went to Abuja, mind you, we went on our money. And we were representing the people that sent us, which are the same creators. And the creators are actively involved in the conversation, right? But on different levels. There's head of the Music Publishers Association, head of the, I was representing a record label and a publishing company at the table. So it was not my right. As a lawyer, if I'm not a creative, I don't create music, I'm fighting for someone. So I have to listen to them either ways before I can fight for them. So for me, and this is the mentality I think the workflow has to change from. Is it just a creative work? Or do you understand that if it becomes a legally protected work, then you have a business? That is where the problem is, where you come into the studio, like you said, there are pre-conversations. Till today, there's still an A&R gathering 50 people in a room and not telling them, this is what you potentially will earn. This is what potentially will earn. And there's no conversation. Right? So my thing is the beginning of this workflow, the person bringing everybody together is the person knowledgeable to identify everybody in the room and ensure that the legal right starts from the beginning of the workflow. If the person knows. So at this point, this access to information. Maybe we employ Pella. Or VDM at this point.
Hello. You see, some years ago, it became fad between Kanye West and Wyclef. And what were they singing all about? I mean, when I say singing, repeated advocacy. You don't control nothing until you control everything about your work. But that is comfortable and easy for an artist who has kind of succeeded. He's got access to a retinue of lawyers. So he's been schooled, or he has transferred that responsibility of guardians to his management team. I have always advocated that creatives do not need managers.
I agree with you.
Creatives need management. I repeat, creatives do not need manager, which is what they run after. What they need is management. And in that management mix, all kind of roles converge. And central, a good lawyer that understands IP.
Please, let's give you a round of applause. Our grand patron.
A good lawyer leads you to the guys who deal with revenue issues. That is how you have the accountant. Before you begin to talk about who is booking the gig. I'm in the middle of a situation right now. As this conference was going on, I was chatting to an associate in Miami, talking about coloring, back tones, and what, because of an ongoing conversation that I'm advising on. And there's a big label that is interested in a young Nigerian artist who 2 months ago had less than 5,000 followers on Instagram. But because of 1 or 2 experiments today, is at about 68,000. And the first thing I said, when I was asked to vet or advise, we talked about clearing the loose ends. On every song, there's a split sheet, who did what. We don't want, oh yeah, I did all of this, we agree with you. But there were people who were in the room who have access to this materials producer. Everybody was brought to the table remotely, confirmed what everybody's role was, mutually agreed, and signed off. Before I advised that they should proceed to sign the artist to PRS. I'm advising in the shadows. The consultant is in Miami. The artist is in Nigeria. Only got to know about my own existence when I was plugging him into radio in Zambia, Kenya, Freetown. People have roles. I will not wake up tomorrow and say I have a relationship with the artist. No, I have a relationship with the management team that this artist is signed to. Now the question would be, how do artists get into some of these log jams? If an artist today comes into a room, he has a hit or he has what he thinks is a hit, irrespective of how he came about it, and he says, I just want Maven, Don Jazzy, to just, let it just be that Don Jazzy has something to do with it, because that's almost like 1 million eyeballs once that drops by social calculation or social capital evaluation. And we've seen artists that will say, I don't mind. Okay, let me not have 1 kobo. On this one song, if I play the other ones, I can open eye on that. In this era, in today's industry, things like that are still happening. We must not trivialize session men. There are session men who are more important in some cases or bigger than artists who are in front. My friend here is from Norway. I think there's somebody there from Sweden. There's a producer past now who was known as Dennis Pop, Ace of Base, Dr. Alban. They touch your work, go to sleep. For some reason, that is how it was. They had reputation. There's Quincy Jones. Quincy Jones worked with over 80 musicians to produce Michael Jackson's Off the Wall. Michael Jackson did not have to talk to each of those musicians individually. There was a system that accounted for what everybody was bringing to the table. Either it's a contract for service or a contract of service. Like I said, everything agreed prior. And I don't think anybody ever came out to have any arguments about stuff. And so you don't go into a business without understanding the rules. You can't be a footballer, I don't know what constitutes a foul or offside. So the responsibility is on a creator. If you want to go into a business, understand the rules. When you don't understand the rules, seek advice. Do not commit to what you don't know. There are creators till tomorrow who think it's a monumental waste of money to ask a lawyer's opinion, and that is where they begin to dig their grave before they even step out into the studio. So I will insist, education and enlightenment, and it will not come to you for free. You want to create, you want to maximize what you are creating, know what will lead you there, your roadmap, and secure it before you venture out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And one of the things that I picked from what you just